never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republicans on the House Oversight Committee have shot down an attempt by the panel's Democrats to subpoena Elon Musk.
Democratic members of the Oversight Committee say they want answers about Musk's short stint in the administration. Acting top Democrat on the panel, Stephen Lynch, says Musk may say he stepped away from his role in the federal government, but his recklessness will continue to have devastating consequences for America for years. Republicans on the panel suspended the hearing to give their colleagues more time to arrive and vote down the measure. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Elon Musk is seemingly supporting the creation of a new third political party.
The tech billionaire posed a survey question on X which asked, is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle? The post came hours after Trump expressed disappointment with Musk over his critique of the big, beautiful bill the GOP is seeking to pass. Musk has previously argued the bill is too large and contains too much wasteful spending. I'm Brian Shook.
A new program has been able to detect the spread of measles through monitoring wastewater.
Similar methods were used during the COVID pandemic, and now Wastewater Scan is helping to monitor water across 40 states. The increased monitoring comes as measles in the U.S. has reached high levels following an outbreak that started in West Texas. Cases have been reported in more than 30 states this year. I'm Michael Kastner.
Procter & Gamble is set to cut 6% of their workforce.
The maker of Pampers, diapers, and Tide detergent will get rid of 7,000 jobs over the next 2 years as it restructures. Executives at a conference in Paris on Thursday said this approach is not new and is meant to accelerate the company's current strategy. In April, Procter & Gamble said it would raise the price of some of its products, and it was set to make every move it could to offset the impact of tariffs. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
We don't really believe that there's anything majorly harmful in the air. It's just that it's a precautionary measure.
Fire marshals are investigating the cause of a massive fire that consumed 40 SEPTA buses this morning. That happened at a Philadelphia storage yard.
It broke out just before 6:30 on the Tioga Nicetown section of Philly, becoming a smoky 3-alarm fire before it was contained 2 hours later. The big concern was air quality, with Assistant Fire Chief Charles Walker telling people who live nearby to keep their windows closed.
It's a precautionary measure to tell people to turn off HVAC systems or put their windows down.
High levels of pollutants were detected, including benzene, ethylbenzene, and carbon dioxide. No bus routes impacted because the buses that melted had been decommissioned. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
New Jersey drivers can no longer say fill it up when paying cash for gas at Wawa.
Anyone who wants to fill their tank now has to prepay. The change went into effect Monday and applies to all forms of payment, including cash, debit, and credit. The convenience store gas station chain says if a customer gives an attendant too much cash at the pump, they'll get change. Wawa says the move is to bring the Garden State in line with their policies in other states. New Jersey is the only state where drivers can't pump their own gas. I'm Kristen Marks.
At the closing bell, the Dow fell by 108, S&P 500 dropped by 31, NASDAQ lost 162. I'm Anthony Lucero for USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty, looks like we're back in the saddle again. And away we go. Ready or not, here comes a Friday. Yes, indeed. Casual Friday upon us. Rolling into the weekend. All right, What's on tap? Belmont weekend is upon us. One of many events. Kicking off later today. It's finally time. The NTPA Power Pool Nationals kicking off in Minnesota. As well as the Pro Pooling League kicking things off in LaGrange County, Indiana, the 4-H fairgrounds there. 2 days in each location. Friday, Saturday. Pooling season gets into full swing here. How about that? But first things first, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, looking at 70 degrees outside the Secret Bunker in southwest Ohio. Mostly cloudy skies tonight. Yeah, a lot of spotty shower activity. Nothing really well organized. The most organized area is a cluster of showers in south central New York tonight. As far as the eastern half of the country, more organized shower. Most of it on the lighter side through eastern North Dakota, South Dakota, on over into parts of Minnesota, western Wisconsin. Heaviest rains we'll find tonight would be in the heart of Kansas, eastern Colorado, western Kansas, and on through southern Kansas, some of that into north central Oklahoma as well. And one area that's no stranger to showers, western Texas. Once again tonight, more rains over western Texas. Good news, not really seeing any of this at this point in time. Most of it not reaching severe levels. I'll refresh my screen here. Yeah, there are a few thunderstorm warnings there again in the Oklahoma Panhandle region. It looks like a few of those cells there in western Texas are indeed packing some stronger straight line winds and maybe a bit of hail, but areas that have seen the repeated nature of these, flash flooding becomes the concern. That's pretty much the same old song and dance as we take a look at our travelers' weather. Rounds of more severe thunderstorms, high winds, damage, and hail, mainly focused on the central and eastern U.S. into the weekend here. Continuing each day over the plains, the Mississippi Valley through the weekend, say from just inland from the Gulf Coast to the Ohio Valley. The warm, humid air from the Gulf clashing with that press of cooler air coming from the Rockies. Main area of risk overnight would include portions of the southwest and southern plains, eastern New Mexico into West Texas. As I just mentioned, some of those are reaching severe levels. Severe thunderstorms forecast for parts of the northeast, but most of that's really beginning to die down now. Friday's severe weather threat will extend all the way from eastern New Mexico to the Appalachians. Once again, the main threat, powerful wind gust, hail, localized flash flooding. Could see a few isolated tornadoes today. This main risk zone is going to be right along that front that's just kind of sagging southward. Some of the biggest, most concentrated areas of severe weather on Saturday will be in Oklahoma, northern Texas, Arkansas, western Tennessee, and northwest Mississippi. More storms packing large hail, high winds anticipated there. Some severe thunderstorm activity may occur as far east as Georgia and the Carolinas into parts of southern Virginia. Looking to Sunday, severe weather continues, encompassing many of the same areas, including the southeast, southern plains, and the Midwest, as another round of thunderstorms traverse the nation. Meanwhile, the hazy conditions continue, and it looks like these wildfire haze conditions and dust from the Sahara are going to continue as we roll in officially to summer. According to AccuWeather, the haze is here to stay. Rounds of smoke from hundreds of Canadian wildfires, the dust blowing off the sub-Saharan Africa, continue to envelop portions of the U.S. into the summer. Of course, recent rounds of smoke blowing across the northern and eastern U.S. over the past week We've seen the hazy skies, poor air quality, the vibrant sunrise and sunsets. Well, the smoke at this point mostly has retreated back into Canada as of late week. Additional episodes are expected through the summer, with the next round, the first expected early next week. Meanwhile, the Saharan dust resulting in similar effects in the south, mostly in Florida and areas surrounding the Gulf and southwestern Atlantic. Had a recent round of dust blowing off Africa that will also have the effect of putting a temporary lid on any potential tropical development. Those wildfires burning in western Canada have produced smoke that, carried by the steering winds, has reached all the way to the eastern USA. According to the latest data from the Canadian government last week, nearly 1,500 fires have burned so far in the country. That number's not unusual, but the size of the fires has been covering an area that's over 300% of the historical average for this time of year. Most in the prairies of central Canada from last week into early this week. Of course, plumes of smoke dimming the sky, poor air quality in the Midwest and the Mideastern locales before heading south and east. That smoke is now mostly retreated or dissipated here in the lower 48. Much of the smoke has been brought down via some of the shower activity that's been occurring with that front over the last couple of days. Nonetheless, we still have some air quality advisories about the northern third of Indiana, pretty much the entirety of the lower peninsula of Michigan, as well as parts of the UP. Eastern Nebraska still having some air quality issues, according to the maps here. All right, we'll get to who we have checking in out of the box via YouTube, Facebook. But first, let's head out and check in with the Wyoming Cowboy. Hi there.
Morning. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing well. Got a Friday coming on, weekend. I don't really have any big plans. I did get the pool cover off this past day. And, of course, I didn't expect the water would be clear. It's been covered for nearly 9 months. So I've got some work to do as we head into the weekend.
Oh, yeah. It won't take you long to clean that up.
Yeah.
But, heck, I was wanting to call up and just say, heck, I drove for 40 years. I was back and forth. I started off with your dad and whatnot. And along with all these ELDs and stuff, I tell people how we used to drive in the old days with 5 driver's license and 3 or 4 log books, and people would go, "Oh, you're so full of garbage,"
Uh-huh.
I go, "Oh well, you'll never know those days."
Right.
Yep.
There was a time when you had licenses from a handful of different states, right?
Oh, yeah. The most I had was 5 driver's license. And on the back, I had a sticky note, with tape back then. And it told me what states I was wanted in and with that license. And may I see your driver's license? Just a moment, sir. Yeah. And heck, run from Bellingham, Washington, all the way down to Miami, Florida in 48 hours, 10 minutes.
How about that? Those were the days, huh?
Oh my God. And back when, you had your Montford Lane and your bull wagons out there hammered down and your bed buggers, and oh my God. And all I can say is I do miss those kind of days, but with all these new laws and regulations, I'm kind of glad that I'm out of it and I'm retired.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you start telling some of these young bucks how we used to run in the old days, they'll just sit down and look you in the eyeball and call you a liar.
They don't believe it, yeah. Yeah, a lot of things have changed. So how's retirement, Cowboy? What's keeping you busy these days?
Well, right now, I have Parkinson's from Camp Lejeune contaminated water.
Mm.
I've had 5 heart attacks and 4 strokes.
Wow.
And COPD. But the VA is taking care of me very well. And we just take one day at a time and keep moving on.
How about that? Well, hey, I appreciate you taking the time to dial us up tonight there. Any big plans for the weekend? Just hanging out there?
No, we just got ourselves a new barbecuer. And the wife, she's anxious. She's already got the steaks and the hot dogs and hamburgers ready, and she's going to take and fire that baby up. Oh, yeah, we're going to invite a few people over, and I'm going to just sit down and watch everybody cook and drink, and I'm going to enjoy the day.
How about that? Sounds like a good plan for the weekend there. There you go, the Wyoming Cowboy. Yeah, good to hear from you. Yes, it was different back in the day. Yeah, multiple driver's license. You ain't lying. Our number, 844-844-3388. Kicking off a brand new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Alrighty, here we go. Hello to Philly Dan, who says TGIF. Hope everyone has an awesome weekend. When I get done working today, I'll have to drive 6 hours to pick up the son to stay with me for the summer. Looking forward to that. All right, a little summer vacation, right, for the son. Jacob, good morning. Hi, Steve, and the crew. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There's Pappy. It's the midnight hour in TGIF, baby. Come 0400 hours, I'll be off for a week. So for the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. 71 degrees in the far side of southwest Ohio. Kind of a misty, foggy night. Had a little bit of rain earlier in the day, but snuggle up to whomever or whatever, heat up that cup of joe and turn up the volume, or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Yeah, haven't heard from Big Ed this week. Hope all's going well there. Marianne in the house. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. Enjoy your weekend. All right, good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. Where do we find Tank this morning? TGIF 74 here in Oak City. rolling toward the home 20. All right, everybody, truck safe. Have a blessed day and weekend. Rubber Duck, Lansing, Michigan. Eating Mexican food and going to bed. That's a good idea, right? Nothing like going to bed on Mexican food. Talk about an indigestion nightmare. Heartburn. Bleh. I'm going to be dropping these cars in Mishawaka, and then it's off to the Motor City for Friday. All right, Captain Ron, who says it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Still under the weather, but we're 80 degrees rolling through Ocala, Florida. And a Semper Fi shout-out to Knucklebuster and Truckin' Phil. So hopefully you're feeling a little bit better, right? Been out there, been pushing through it, working, while not feeling well pretty much all week long, right? Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. There's Roy checking in from Northwest Illinois, 64 degrees, fair night tonight. Jerry, thanks to all the drivers out there keeping us stocked up with everything we need to be healthy and happy. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Show on the air for us all to enjoy every night. All right, be safe, everyone out there. Tell them you love them every chance you get. It could all change in a heartbeat. Hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 62 and fair here. Wow, today's Musk and Trump news has got my head spinning here. Yeah, what the hell's going on there? Crazy Ray, it's insanity. They called it a bromance for months there back on the campaign trail, and then Doge heading up, Elon heading up the Doge, working with Trump. There were, off and on reports that there was some friction, some tension between these two. But things have gone, earlier this week, I said the honeymoon is over. We've gone from a honeymoon to what would be described as nothing less than an ugly, bitter divorce with what's transpired over the past day or two. We'll share what's going on, what we know. But we'll get to that coming up here. All right, hello to Bill. Good morning, everyone. 78 degrees, partly cloudy, Hopkinsville, Kentucky tonight. Waiting to unload, then we'll head back to the home 20. Got the call, finally, for the new local trucking opportunity. I'll start in 2 weeks. I'll be running frozen pizzas from the plant to the warehouse all night long. All right, have a great night and a great weekend, everyone. So at least you'll still be up with us through the overnight hours, right? That'll be a good thing. Yeah, Philly Dan, I heard that in the news. Horse Feathers had sent me some video of that. I wonder when all was said and done, how many buses actually burned in Philadelphia. The SEPTA buses? Apparently they had this massive lot of, I guess they were decommissioned buses. Somehow or another, fire started, but spread it. Ultimately it was 40 something buses that burned. That was a heck of a deal. All right, Shorty, I-77 northbound, Troutman, North Carolina tonight, 70 degrees. Columbus bound. All right, Mark says good morning. Hello from the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience. Partly smoky and 57 degrees here in mid-Michigan. That's a little different, partly smoky. The rain finally stopped around noon today. Got over an inch of rain in the last 24 hours. It's been a while since I've checked in live, but I always catch the podcasts while I'm messing around in the garage. Thank you for all the hard-working folks out there on the roads, the brave behind the badge, and all those who've worn or are wearing those fantastic military uniforms. Hello to all the friends I've made through the overnight drive. Please stay safe out there. All right, so yeah, we spoke to the Wyoming cowboy, waving a hand. Uncle Chops checking in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. All right, Steve from Ottawa. That's our Canadian Steve with us tonight there. Buddy, hello, Mr. Summers, 68, partly cloudy here in Hartford County, Maryland. Yeah, boy, this Elon and Trump thing. Wow. That's all I can say. It is downright crazy. All right, Gary, check it in on the Casual Friday. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 71 degrees clear at Mount Vernon, Illinois tonight. It's Nebraska turnaround number 2. Got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded like a freight train with 76 bluegrass steers pointed west at an obnoxiously high rate of speed. I got an unusually high number of freight haulers out tonight. And as is per usual, most of them are in the way. Drivers, remember, the hammer lane is for the large cars. Plastic trucks on timers, please keep to the right, and we'll all get along. Special shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the land of Lincoln. Look out. The bull haulers rolling through. All right, we'll get to some others coming up. Phone lines open on a Friday at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republicans on the House Oversight Committee have shot down an attempt by the panel's Democrats to subpoena Elon Musk.
Democratic members of the Oversight Committee say they want answers about Musk's short stint in the administration. Acting top Democrat on the panel, Stephen Lynch, says Musk may say he stepped away from his role in the federal government, but his recklessness will continue to have devastating consequences for America for years. Republicans on the panel suspended the hearing to give their colleagues more time to arrive and vote down the measure. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Procter & Gamble is set to cut 6% of their workforce.
Executives at a conference in Paris on Thursday said this approach is not new and is meant to accelerate the company's current strategy. In April, Procter & Gamble said it would raise the price of some of its products, and it was set to make every move it could to offset the impact of tariffs. I'm Matt Mattinson.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low
sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to the Eskimo Mom, who says, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation, happy Friday, hump day, whatever a day it is for you. Let's see, the 81st anniversary of D-Day. Hey, we're down to 8 days till Flag Day, 4 weeks till Independence Day. Got the usual run tonight, except for a few showers here and there. A little bit of road construction. It's a decent night for trailer trucking. We're cloudy, 74 degrees. We're rolling I-71 in Kentucky. All right, be safe. Have a good weekend whenever you get around to it. All right, you do the same. David, good morning, Steve. 80 degrees in Ocala, Florida. We're heading up to Valdosta. Then it's back to Tampa. Rolling in the Sunshine State. All right, Michael. What's up, folks? Trump, Musk. WWE. Let me give you the latest. It's been a crazy day. And another salvo in what's been a multiple-day fight with his former senior advisor, President Trump, Thursday, threatening to cut Elon's federal subsidies and contracts, saying that's the easiest way for the U.S. to save billions and billions of dollars. He went on to say Musk was wearing thin, which is why he asked him to leave the administration. Those posts a few hours after telling reporters that the once great relationship with the SpaceX and Tesla CEO might be permanently altered. Musk fired back a short time later, stating, quote, in light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. Decommissioning? Now, if he were to actually do something like that, NASA relies on the Dragon spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the International Space Station. There's a contract worth roughly $4.9 billion. The capsule's the only U.S. spacecraft capable of flying humans in orbit. Now, that statement is a dramatic escalation in this intensifying fight with Trump that burst into public view this week when Elon first opposed the big, beautiful bill. But taking Dragon out of service would disrupt the International Space Station program, which involves dozens of countries under an international agreement signed over 2 decades ago. Yeah, of course, the Russian Soyuz system is the only other crewed spacecraft that sends astronauts to the space station. And that's not all. We move on. Musk replying to Trump when he stated Elon's wearing thin, that he's taking away the mandate, the electric vehicle mandate. And Trump saying that's what Elon's PO'd about. The mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted. He said he's known for months I was going to do this, and he just went crazy. Now, this is just kind of adding to the fallout between the president and Musk. Started Tuesday afternoon when Elon called Trump's big, beautiful, sweeping tax and policy bill a disgusting abomination. Since then, most acutely this past day, they've been lobbying social media bombs back and forth. Now, Trump said, I can understand why Elon's upset that I yanked the NASA nomination of Jared Isaacman last weekend, 24 hours after he held the Oval Office send-off for Elon. Musk posted a series of rebukes of Trump's remark in real time yesterday, including saying Trump owes his election to him, adding Republicans would have lost the Senate. Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Democrats would control the House, and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. I would have won Pennsylvania regardless of Elon, says Trump. So the back and forth they go. And then, we're not done yet, as the rapidly escalating feud between Trump and Elon, he took what's being referenced as a deeply personal turn. At first, most of these barbs have been about the one big, beautiful bill. But Elon veered down a dark path this past afternoon, taking to social media, X that he owns, dropped what he calls the really big bomb, involving the disgraced film financier and pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. He posts on X, quote, time to drop the really big bomb. The real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the reason they've not been made public. He ended the post, kind of needling the president by saying, quote, have a nice day, DJT. Wow. Now, the implications of this post are obvious. They're ominous. We all know the history, the wealthy financier, the hedge fund manager, who ran in the elitist and powerful circles with many elite powerful friends. Of course, his career came crashing down, convicted in 2008 of soliciting minors. Of course, that led authorities to investigate, eventually resulting in his being charged with sex trafficking minors, ultimately to commit suicide while in custody. Although there is plenty of public skepticism still surrounding that claim. With Epstein and answers gone, there's been tons of public interest in knowing just who those aforementioned elite powerful friends are, and to know whether they were part of some elaborate sex trafficking scheme. Now, while Elon stopped short of actually accusing Trump of anything that might get him sued, the implications are pretty obvious. Musk piled on the insinuations that Epstein and Trump were closer than people were letting on. He also made it clear how confident he was that his X post was going to be worth saving by posting, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Now, we know Trump does have a documented past with Epstein, never been accused of having any connection to the more seedy elements of Epstein. I mean, it goes way back to like 1992. That's a personal shot from Musk as they're digging their heels in here. Musk and the fiscally conservative Republicans like Thomas Massey and Rand Paul of Kentucky feel the congressional spending bill, which is going through the potential Senate revisions before a final vote, could have devastating consequences on the national debt. Where this goes, I don't know. To my knowledge, Trump has not responded to that accusation, but wow. Knock down, drag out. All right, Randy, good morning, everyone. Hazy 68 degrees, Decatur, Illinois. We're headed to Springfield for the second time this week. June is Dairy Month, and the ice cream plants are keeping me hopping right now. Y'all be safe out there. And 72 degrees here in southwest Ohio. See a little bit of lightning out there. Yeah, I did see a flash of lightning during the break there at the bottom of the hour. Well, we kick off a Friday. What kind of baloney does the Knuckle Buster have?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, it's 82 over here in Little Rock. We're nice and warm tonight. I got the air conditioner going full blast. Well, I don't know anybody named Becky, but we'll get Horse Feathers to call in. He can talk about her, so I don't know. She's some kind of girl anyway. Let's get a simplified shout out to Cook and Field and Captain Ron there, and let's go. Rolling, 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 keep them doggies rolling, rawhide, baby. Yeah. I can't make that popping that whip sound they had on that right. TV show there. Yeah. So, yep. Anyway, I don't know what was going on with Tennessee, but they run some more blood tests today. And her red blood cells are distorted. Well, they're I don't know what all they were basically looking at her red blood cells, and they said they look funny. So their platelets were fine. So I don't know. But I asked the question, and you'd have thought I was riding the wave with Dave, Steve. I asked him, was she the only one out of all of us that had the Moderna COVID vaccine?
Yeah.
And she had several of them. She had the booster shots every year for several years there. The rest of us had the Pfizer, and you'd have thought I was riding the wave with Dave, Steve. I mean, conspiracy, that's the first thing out of their mouth. Oh, no, not another conspiracy theory.
Oh, boy.
There, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to see there. Nothing to see.
Yeah. Well, they come out with that vaccine so damn fast that it's not funny,
Mm-hmm.
We don't really know what all is going to happen.
Absolutely.
Well, I read on Yahoo News. You remember that movie Back to the Future?
Yes, loved it.
You remember that red guitar that he was playing?
Yeah, when he was doing
the Chuck Berry song.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're looking for it. See, they're trying to find it. They have no idea where it's gotten off to. They're going to do a documentary on it, and they're trying to find that red guitar. I read that on Yahoo News and another article on it on Geek Spin. They ain't got a clue what happened to that guitar, see, but they whoever's got it probably got some money.
Right.
Never know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. It's just one of them days, Steve. It's a casual Friday, but I got to be out here working so we can have insurance and pay the bills there. I'd rather be laying with Tennessee. They won't even let me stay in there with her. So I don't know. We'll find something. Hey, Steve, you know what men's 3 favorite women are?
Men's 3 favorite women. No, what is it?
Right. Well, it's a nurse, a school teacher, and an airline stewardess. The nurse says, "Hey, lay back and I'll take care of everything else. Teacher makes you do it until you get it right, Steve. And an airline stewardess, she says, put this over your face and breathe normally.
There you
go. Talking about eating. You reckon they talking about eating tacos, Steve?
Right. Oh, boy.
Well, that's all of my bull on these seeds. I'll call in later on there. I'll see if I can't get my act together at some point tonight.
All right. It's a casual Friday, as they say, right? Yeah, thank you much. All right, quick time out. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Saw some of the video from Lubbock, Texas here a few hours ago. I guess about 9 o'clock in the evening. We go back here at about 9 o'clock Eastern time. And captured by some of the storm chasers, large tornado on the ground. I scrolled back to the warning, which at the time was a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado about 11 miles west of Lubbock that was moving southeast at about 10 miles per hour. So not sure about how much real estate was impacted there, but I'm sure when the sun comes up here on a Friday morning, we'll be getting the full picture there. Yeah, I have not seen a whole lot of tornado-warned cells over the past day or so, but just a lot of the strong straight-line winds and whatnot that continue tonight here in parts of southwestern Texas. Most of these 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, that's been the general run-of-the-mill storms all week long in western Texas. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
I think it was Uncle Chops that posted a few minutes ago. Do you think this Elon Musk, Donald Trump thing is all a big show? You're not the only one kind of thinking along that line. I don't know. Based on, especially when Elon takes it to that level of the whole Epstein thing, I don't know. That's pretty ugly. Lauren Fix this past day said This is not a fight, it's a performance. While the media churns out headlines about Musk and Trump clashing, I'm here to argue that this so-called feud might be the most calculated act of the year. With Tesla losing ground and Trump chasing independence, both men have plenty to gain by pretending to be at odds. She said, let's unpack the political corporate theater that nobody wants to call out. Elon calls out Trump on the reconciliation bill. Trump fires back, slinging insults. The internet erupts. Elon flips on Trump. Trump humiliates Musk. But what if the drama's staged? What if it's a coordinated move between two of the world's most media-savvy players? In professional wrestling, this is called kayfabe, the art of portraying scripted rivalries as real to captivate an audience. It's a term used in professional wrestling to describe the portrayal of staged events as real, including the characters, the rivalries, the storylines. It's a mutual agreement between wrestlers and fans to maintain the illusion that the wrestling is genuine, despite being scripted. Does that sound familiar? Tesla U.S. sales dipped in 2024. They're struggling. Chinese brands like BYD are dominating the global EV market. Tesla slashed prices. Profit margins suffered. For Elon Musk, reputation is everything. Lately, he's lost favor with progressive buyers and independents who once adored Tesla, but now view him as too political or too MAGA. What better way to win them back than a public feud with Trump? It's a chance to rebrand as independent, not beholden to any side. You may have caught he actually suggested, is it time for a third party this past day? Trump's goal is to energize his base while appealing to independents by taking on the tech billionaire like Musk. He projects populist strength, standing up to the elite. Plus, some of his supporters distrust Musk, seeing Tesla is too cozy with China or EVs as part of a woke agenda. So Trump throws a punch, Musk swings back. Both walk away looking tougher, their brands intact. This is not their first rodeo. In 2016, Musk called Trump unfit for president. By 2017, he was on Trump's Economic Advisory Council. Then he quit. Yet later, he backed Trump again. Now another fall. It's a pattern, not a coincidence, she says. Elon Musk is not a politician. He's a marketing genius. A single tweet from him can move markets, spike crypto prices, dominate news cycles. When Tesla's struggling, a public spat with Trump is a gold mine. Grabs attention, distracts from bad press, repositions his brand. It's distraction, realignment, and branding, all in one viral package. Then there's X, his social media platform. It's become a hub for right-leaning voices, causing adversaries and progressives to flee. For X to scale and monetize, it needs broader appeal. By publicly challenging Trump, Musk projects balance, signaling to moderates and left-leaning users he's not all in with MAGA. This is optics, she says. Are they secretly working together? If this feud were real, wouldn't it get uglier? I mean, Musk could ban Trump from X. Trump could unleash a barrage on Truth Social, targeting Tesla's business, but they don't. They poke, they provoke, because the goal isn't to destroy, it's to keep you hooked. While you're picking sides in this billionaire beef, both Musk and Trump are winning. Musk regains attention and market favor, distancing himself from the MAGA label. Trump looks like a populist hero challenging the tech elites while rallying his base. It's a business strategy, not a fight. They don't hate each other. They're using each other. So that's, again, Lauren Fix, the automotive expert, obviously, the journalist. That's her take on the whole matter. What's yours? Maybe 844-844-3388. We'll get your 2 cents. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The date chosen, July 15th, is a bit outside that time frame. Are you okay with having your preliminary hearing on the 15th of July? Mr. Soleiman's nodding, and the court will accept the waiver of 35 days.
The man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Colorado is facing over 100 counts, including attempted murder. Mohammed Sabri Salman appeared in a Boulder courtroom today, accused of injuring 15 people and 1 dog by using a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails on a group calling for the release of Israeli hostages. He was charged with 118 counts, including attempted first-degree murder and first-degree assault. President Trump is putting a ban on travelers from a dozen countries, citing security risks.
Nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
A proclamation signed last night fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 countries, including Afghanistan, Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. President Trump is restricting foreign student visas at Harvard University as an ongoing battle between the Trump administration and the Ivy League school continues.
Trump said in a proclamation restricting the visas that admission into the U.S. to take part in higher education is a government privilege, not a guarantee. He went on to say that the privilege is tied to the institution's compliance and commitment following federal law, something he says Harvard has failed in this respect, among many others. The Trump administration has launched a number of punitive measures against Harvard recently after accusing it of anti-Semitism. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks lower.
It comes as President Trump and Elon Musk have exchanged words today, which led to Tesla sharply losing shares. Meanwhile, Trump said he had a really good talk about trade with China's president today. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 108 points. The S&P 500 jumped by 31 points. The Nasdaq lost 162 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A federal judge blocked the deportation of the family of the man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado.
The U.S. District Judge issued a ruling barring the Trump administration from removing the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Soliman. The judge found, quote, deportation without process could work irreparable harm, close quote. Solomon's family had their visas revoked and were detained by ICE shortly after Sunday's attack in Boulder, which injured 15 people. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Reddit is suing Anthropic, accusing the AI startup of breach of contract and unfair business acts.
41% of respondents said tipping culture has gotten out of hand, while that share rose to 45% among Gen Xers and baby boomers. While Bankrate found older generations are more likely to hold negative attitudes about tipping, they're also more likely to tip. The survey also found pre-entered tip screens have become a particular pain point for consumers, with nearly 2 in 5 respondents saying they found them annoying. I'm at Mattinson.
Actor George Wendt's cause of death is being revealed.
According to the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, the Cheers star died from cardiac arrest with congestive heart failure, coronary artery disease, and hypertension as underlying causes. His recently released death certificate also listed kidney failure and hyperlipidemia as other significant contributing conditions. Wendt died in his sleep on May 20th. I'm Brian Shook.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, as we roll into a Friday, heading into the weekend, we turn the page on the calendar, 6th day of June. Did you know today is National Secure Your Load Day? I was not familiar. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and Robin Abel, who's the founder of Secure Your Load, reminding drivers to properly secure any items being transported. Secure your load as if everyone you love is driving in the car behind you. Unsecured loads are a serious safety risk on roadways and contribute significantly to crash-related injuries and fatalities. National Secure Your Load Day is honored on June 6. The date was picked to actually commemorate a tragic day. Abel's life was altered by an incident that nearly killed her daughter, Maria. She would prefer to live a quiet life in her garden with her dogs, but is compelled to share her story to prevent future tragedies caused by unsecured loads and road debris. In 2010, Robin joined forces with Paul Reef, an Arizona resident, after Reef's son, Matthew, was killed by an unsecured load on June the 6th. Bonded by grief, Abel and Reef have supported and encouraged each other in an effort to save other families from unnecessary pain caused by these preventable incidents. Since her daughter's collision in 2004, Robin has changed two Washington state laws and passed Maria's Law, making an unsecured load that causes property damage, injury, or death a crime with possible jail time and fines, while at the same time enabling victims to apply for crime victims assistance. She also worked to pass legislation in Alaska with a young woman who had been seriously injured by an unsecured load. Today, National Secure Your Load Day. Meanwhile, in the state of Florida, police say that multiple commercial vehicles were targeted by objects thrown while they're traveling on I-10. According to the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, the commercial vehicles were targeted about 12:30 in the morning Wednesday of this week near Holt, Florida. Apparently an individual throwing pieces of concrete as well as eggs from the Wilkerson Bluff overpass at passing commercial vehicles. 3 commercial vehicles damaged. 1 passenger suffering minor injuries but did not require hospitalization. They're asking anyone with information on this extremely dangerous activity to give them a call or contact the Emerald Coast Crime Stoppers, emeraldcoastcrimestoppers.com. Or you can use the P3 Tips mobile app, they say. I don't know, somebody out there might have possibly some dash cam video or something of that nature. But we're rolling into a Friday and see what Eagle has going on. Morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out here on the road, Steve. Yeah, I'm headed to Texas now. Should get there tomorrow. Well, maybe Saturday. Yeah, take a couple of days off before I get back out on the road again. But since the holidays are over and everything, got another holiday coming up in July. Well, July the 4th. So I'll try to get ready for that. I definitely want to be home. Definitely want to be home for that date. Yeah, don't do no good to stay out on the road on holidays. The people in the company I'm with, they don't want to pay you. They don't want to give you no extra money for staying out on the road. So you might as well go home and be with your family. You know, if you're not going to make no extra money doing it. I'd do it if I could make extra money, but I'm not doing nothing for free. But yeah, Steve, we got a couple of things to talk about, man. I got some things to say about Elon Musk. I'm very, very, very upset with Mr. Musk. He showed his true colors today, Steve. I'm just going by what I've seen on the video and what I've heard, and Donald Trump said it himself. And hopefully he couldn't be that petty, but he knew that when he signed on with Donald Trump a long time ago, Steve, that Donald Trump didn't support the electric vehicles. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here's the story that I have. Maybe you got a different story about the so-called breakup of Elon and Trump. They saying that Elon is mad because Donald Trump didn't include money for the electric vehicles in his new big beautiful bill, as he calls it. And Elon Musk is pissed off about that. But Elon Musk, Tesla has been losing money even before, he got involved in the White House. They're trying to say that Tesla lost money because of his affiliation with Donald Trump. Tesla was doing bad before he even started affiliated with Trump. And for Elon Musk to take this type of attitude is ridiculous, because Trump told him a long time ago that he didn't support the electric vehicles in America. People are not going to buy these cars. They're overpriced. I like Elon Musk, but his vehicle is garbage. I hate to say that, but that's exactly what his vehicle is. It's garbage. I told you long ago about the electric vehicle, Steve. I'm not paying for something. I'm not paying $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 for something that don't have no damn motor in it. You open the hood of the where the motor's supposed to be at, and then there was some batteries. I promise you, I'll buy me a bicycle or a motorcycle before I buy a Tesla vehicle. So, like I said, they're overpriced. And then if a battery go, we talked about this over the last couple of years, Steve, the price of the batteries for these vehicles. But here's what I'm disappointed in Elon Musk in, Steve, is he's acting like a child. For him to come out with all these different accusations against Trump, man, he ought to be ashamed of himself. And he could get sued. If I was Donald Trump, I'd sue him for saying what he said, even though he's the richest man in the world. You better have proof before you say that my name is on the Epstein list. You better have proof, brother, that my name is on that list. That's what I would tell Mr. Musk, since you like to throw accusations around. Hopefully you seen that list, and if my name ain't on that list, I promise you, brother, if I was Trump, Elon Musk, he'll lose some of that money that he got in the bank. He's the richest man in the world. He'll lose some of it before it's all said and done, if he ain't got proof that Trump was on that list. The second thing that I'm pissed off about Musk saying, Steve, and this is the thing that I hate the most, is that he said that this budget or whatever it is a failure. How come he didn't say that to Donald Trump's face last week? This is what shows. That's where I lost all respect for Musk, Steve. He sat there in that office last week with a big smile on his face with him and Donald Trump when he was so-called resigning, and he had the guts to say it to the man's face. If you didn't like the bill, if you didn't like what was going on with this new situation with Trump, how come you didn't tell him that to his face? So that's where I lost respect for Musk at, Steve. I don't like that. I don't like the way he handled it. Donald Trump said the same thing. If you got a problem with me, my man, you should have said it when you was in the White House. So he didn't do that. So like I said, Steve, Elon Musk, he might cost himself a lot of money. He's throwing around some serious accusations right now, and saying that he got more news for Donald Trump, on the X, on his so-called X,
right,
and Twitter. Like I said, I supported the man. I supported Musk. I've called in and told you, Steve, that I believe he's probably one of the smartest men in the world, not just the richest man, with his space program and all the other things that he got going. But like I said, what he did today caught me by surprise. I was in total shock when I heard the news about Elon Musk. And, with the so-called breakup of him and Trump. So hopefully this situation can be resolved, and Elon Musk can stop throwing these accusations out about Donald Trump without proof. Show some proof, my man. Don't just say Trump did this and you ain't got no proof. So we'll see what happens in the coming days. But like I said, Elon Musk, he had the opportunity of a lifetime to work in the White House and to try to get the budget under, find all the different, I appreciate him finding all the different things that people were stealing, these Democrats over the last couple of years. I appreciate everything he did. But what he did today is almost unforgivable for what he did to Donald Trump. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right. What about the prospect that, is it staged? Is it not? Again, with the Epstein, as I mentioned, that's a pretty low blow, but we'll see where it goes. What do you think? It's a Friday, and it's 844-844-3388. Well, they were kicking off Thursday morning, crews trying to contain and clean up a 2,000-gallon diesel fuel spill in Baltimore Harbor. Initially, Johns Hopkins Hospital reported a contained 200-gallon diesel fuel spill at their East Baltimore facility Wednesday morning. But a few hours later, the fire department responded to a 911 call for a spill at a marina in Harbor East, more than a mile away. The state, city, and Coast Guard began coordinating a response to the spill. In the update at around 7 p.m., Hopkins reported that 2,000 gallons had spilled. More than 100 people had worked through the night to make sure the situation was under control and contained, according to the governor. In a news conference, Baltimore mayor stressed that there's no evidence to suggest the spill was affecting drinking water in the area. A boom was deployed on the water quickly, and later crews began to skim the heating oil product off the water. They've begun to flush the storm drain system to push the product to the harbor where they have skimmers to capture it. And that effort continued through most of the day Thursday. Now, officials explained the water appears red due to the dye in the fuel. Very speedy response, solid coordination, partnership with our state and federal resources have put us in the position right now. That's going to drive the remainder of the day and actually the coming days. Officials expect the contaminant and the cleanup efforts of the containment will be disrupting traffic through much of the day yesterday. So as far as where things stand for Friday, not exactly sure, but clear lines at 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Meanwhile, I guess this would be considered positive news. Repeating his readout on his call with President Xi Jinping of China, President Trump reiterated, "We have a deal" on China with trade. Albeit with the caveat, the deal is an agreement in principle, and there are still some T's to cross, as he put it. But he said, I think we're in a very good shape with China and the trade deal. We have a deal with China, as you know. We're straightening out some of the points having to do mostly with rare earth magnets and some other things. So it's reduced trade tariff rates. They remain in effect. We have a deal. Now, he acknowledged the Treasury Secretary and China's top officials are going to be meeting soon to iron out the finer details. Trump went on to say, we've had a deal. We announced the deal, and we'll be, I guess, you could say, finalizing it up. Scott, I would say we have a deal, and we're going to be just making sure everybody understands what the deal is. He then expounded on his call with Xi and his invite to China and the White House. We had a really good conversation. He invited me to China, and I invited him here. We both accepted. So I will be going there with the First Lady at some point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully, with the First Lady of China. Also, notably, Trump said that there's no issues with Chinese foreign student visas outside of the measures to vet them more thoroughly than ever before. Chinese students are coming. He said, no problem, okay. Frankly, look, we want to have foreign students, but we want them to be checked. What are their intentions, right? All right, I do see Brain Dead is on board. We'll be talking in the sports world. He brought this up the other night. The whole Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh Steelers. Looks like that's been kind of confirmed this past day. Just days before the deadline to begin training. Of course, Rodgers, let go by the Jets at the end of last season, was considering retirement. The NFL Network's Tom Pellerson reports that Rodgers informed the Steelers he will fly to Pittsburgh today, Friday, and sign before next week's minicamp. He said the contract parameters have been in place for months, apparently. It should be around $20 million a year. The Steelers right now taking part in OTAs, which ended yesterday. They'll begin mandatory minicamp next Tuesday. ESPN's Adam Scheffler also reported that Rodgers will participate in the minicamp sessions. He's been contemplating his future for the past few months. 41 years old. Yes, considered retirement, dealing with some personal issues. But the Hall of Fame bound quarterback told last month how he only wanted $10 million a year to join him. It's a major deal for the AFC North team. They've been desperate to sign a new quarterback. They let their 2024 starting quarterbacks, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson, to walk in free agency. And the team's quarterback room before signing Rodgers consisted of just veterans Mason Randolph and Skylar Thompson and the rookie, Will Howard. They tell us Mike Tomlin had a number of talks in recent weeks with Rodgers about his plans, so he will now link up with the roster and begin to learn the playbook ahead of the new campaign. But I don't know, for those who pay attention to the sports world, Rodgers has been keeping a low profile since leaving the Jets earlier this year, spending a lot of time, they say, with his mystery new girlfriend at his home in Malibu Beach. Okay, what else in the sports arena? We'll get to that coming up right after the news break. So how about folks there in the Northeast? Have you enjoyed the warm-up finally here in the last few days? Warmest air since last September. But it's going to be replaced by a familiar refrain in a rounds of showers and thunderstorms, some of which may pack a punch into next week. In between rainy episodes, there will be a period of nicer weather for many folks over the weekend here. Now, according to AccuWeather, the topsy-turvy pattern in the Northeast, which is pretty typical in the late spring time frame. Yeah, first you saw rounds of chilly rain during the second half of May. Then some dry weather, a big warm-up here in early June. The weather over the next several days is going to be kind of somewhere in between, they say. The first significant warm-up enveloped the east here in the first week of June. Temperatures well into the 80s to nearly 90 for some. But the pool weather is going to be switching back to sweatshirt weather. It's going to be cool enough for some folks venturing to the local pool or lake that may change plans. In advance of the cool down, though, thunderstorms will rumble along and ahead of that cold front through Friday evening. Some of these could be severe. Strong gusty winds, some small hail. With school out in most communities, backyard pools open for the season. Swimmers may have to briefly seek shelter as storms roll through. By Friday night and Saturday morning, though, the drier, much cooler air arrives in the eastern Great Lakes and part of the interior Northeast. It'll take till late Saturday for those storms to actually exit offshore. But you'll notice a good 10, 15-degree cool-off there through the upcoming weekend. All right, so we'll pick up there following news break. It's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Sean Diddy Combs is getting a scolding from the judge as his sex trafficking trial continues.
Brianna Bongalan said Diddy held her over a 17th-story balcony in 2016 and that the incident left her paranoid and suffering from nightmare. Earlier in the day, a forensic video expert testified that the hotel security video allegedly showing Diddy brutally attacking Ventura has not been altered. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to all charges, which also include racketeering conspiracy. I'm Kristen Marks.
President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
This is USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale.
Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, back at it here. And what do we see here? Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at him on a Friday, right? Michael says Aaron Rodgers just needs to retire. It's over. There's Tapeworm checking in from the outskirts of Memphis. I'll be unloading in the morning, and it's off to northern Michigan. All right, happy travels there, Tapeworm. I don't know, 41 years old. You think, is Aaron Rodgers actually, is he going to be like the starting quarterback for the Steelers, or do you know?
Gotta hope not, Steve.
Okay.
I agree with the guy that just said that comment that he just needs to retire. He should have retired years ago, especially when he broke his Achilles heel or something like that. The first snap into the game, again, when he was with the Jets, that first snap broke his heel or tendon. I can't remember because it's been so long ago.
Yeah.
Of what happened, he should have retired then. But you know how some of these guys are. They live in their own shadow. They're still trying to make their name heard. You know, he's going to go into the Hall of Fame now. When? Who knows? But so you ready for the weekend, there, buddy?
I reckon so. Like I said, I got the cover off the pool finally, but it's pretty messy.
Oh, that'll keep you busy from the princess. You know, she'll probably want you like vacuuming the carpets and, you know, cleaning the windows. I mean, that'll be a good excuse, you know, get out there in the man cave maybe and watch some sports. But no, I heard Horse Feathers last night on the replay talking about the NASCAR. There is differences in the NASCAR. Now, most common fans, the casual fans, wouldn't know what they are. Me, as an Uber fan, can tell you the difference between the current NASCAR Cup car and an Xfinity car, because the Xfinity cars were what they were running before the Gen 7. It's just like a hand-me-down. It's all it is. And right now they're working on the Gen 8 cars right now as we speak. So, I mean, there's subtle differences, but you got to really pay attention to what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the track out there in Mexico where they're going next weekend, that is a 2.4-mile road course. It's 15 turns. This is the same road course that Formula One will be using sometime coming up here in the next few months. So It is going to be interesting to see. I really like I do. I love the road courses. I love to see them go right and left. So, but yeah, that's pretty much all it is. So anyway, we're at Michigan this week. So my picks for the week are going to be Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott. Now, hopefully here, Denny Hamlin does run. Now, remember, we're still on baby watch with Denny Hamlin. Now, they've not officially announced who his replacement's going to be, but my thinking here will be Ryan Truex again. And I honestly think they need to give Truex that ride. Hamlin needs to just retire, be in the ownership of 2311, and let Ryan Truex take over. So, but also Chris Buescher as well. Now, wasn't it earlier in the week we said that John Force was going to be coming back and running? Do I remember hearing that somewhere right?
The words that they used is to like temporarily, he's not retired, like he's temporarily signed. And I thought that alluded to he might try to come back, which I couldn't imagine. But.
Well, the NHRA is running in Bristol this weekend, and Jack Beckman is now the CEO of John Force Racing. He said point blank, John is not coming back at all as a driver.
Okay, all right.
No. He is still recovering from that traumatic brain injury, and believe it or not, we're going on almost a year ago. Can you believe it's been almost a year, buddy?
Wow.
So, now, I had a big story from Sunday. I've kind of held this over, folks. So, Steve, would you by happen to have your tinfoil hat ready? Because I got this one for you.
Oh, boy.
All right. Now, remember the charter lawsuit. Remember that clause in there that said NASCAR can run their own cars, kind of like the way Penske does. Well, here's proof example of the hand getting caught in the cookie jar. Now, see, Jim France was going to fund a car to run at Sonoma. Now, right now, those plans are gone because the garage area started hearing rumors and rumblings, and The Athletic, which is a part of the New York Times, did a little digging and research and confirmed this was going to happen. This was actually going to happen because Jim France went to Hendrick Motorsports, wanted them to build the car, to run the car, and he was going to pay for it. Well, Hendrick backed out, and of course Spiger said, "Oh yeah, that called kiss butt," and said, "Oh yeah, we'll run it for you." Excuse me. Jack Aiken, who is from the IMSA series, who, guess what, is owned by NASCAR, was scheduled to be the driver. Now, Jack Aiken is part owner of Action Express, the team he drives for. Now, the conspiracy theorists really started coming out with this, because the garage area looks at this as a separation of church and state. They also saw this, like I said, similar to what Roger Penske and IndyCar is doing, and it would be a conflict of interest. But the stupid teams did not read that in the charter agreement. They signed off on, hey, NASCAR, you can go ahead and run as many cars as you want to run. And that's the stupid part. Now, who was to say they don't do this in the future? But I support 2311 and what they're doing, and they're bringing these to light, and these stupid team owners are not paying attention. Because when you step back and look at this, Steve, Roger Goodell cannot own any part of an ownership for a football team. Rob Manfred, same way. He can't have any control or ownership
and a baseball team. And that's where they're trying to go with this whole charter. And by the way, now take your tinfoil hat off, put your bubble wrap on for just a minute again. The judge came down today, and that whole lawsuit, that whole antitrust lawsuit, and the three-panel Court of Appeals upheld the ruling that they went against NASCAR. They went for NASCAR on this, and I do see they were railroaded. The teams were railroaded in this. They really did not give any time to point out their arguments, their thoughts, their everything. They were just kind of rushed through on NASCAR, just like, hey, you know what? Take all the time you want, buddy. We're already going to be on your side anyway, because they said that this lawsuit is pretty much not monopolistic. I'm sorry, if I have to go to your suppliers and buy all the parts and pieces, how is that not monopolistic?
Mm-hmm.
Single source. I've got to buy your parts to run. I only get 7 cars to run per team. Get 7 cars per run. If you ever go look in the back of the hauler, there's one, a cart up in the top of the hauler where the second car would go. That has all the body parts, panels, pieces, all of that. If they wreck that car, like in a qualifying or a practice or whatever, they pull that card out. They start putting the parts and pieces together. They have all the decals, everything there ready to go. Because with Hendrick and Gibbs having 4 teams, they only have 2 backup cars for that whole race. And if that frame is damaged enough, they'll pull out the backup car. And whatever wrap is on there, they'll pull that outer wrap off if it's to get to the wrap below it. And somebody posed a question I saw on one of the chat boards of, well, what happens if both cars get wrecked? Well, they'll go down to one of the other Toyota teams and say, hey, can we get one of your cars from you? That's how it kind of all works. But it's really how things have changed over the years, Steve. So do you want to smash your break? I got a couple more things.
Couple more tidbits. All right, let me take care of that. It is 844-844-3388. Real quick before I hit that. Kind of going, I shared the sentiment of Lauren Fix saying that this Trump-Musk thing is absolute theater. Got a genius. Came across another post here just a few moments ago from the Sun Tzu X account, who says, you have to see the genius at play here. Elon Musk and President Trump stage a massive public feud, slinging insults, grabbing every headline. The media eats it up, focusing on the clash. Then, boom, Elon drops the Epstein bombshell, claiming Trump's in the files. Suddenly, all eyes shift to Epstein, the media buzzing about those sealed documents. Perfect timing for Kash Patel to disclose the Epstein files. This is Sun Tzu level strategy. Misdirection, then striking at the heart of the narrative. Trump and Musk are playing 4-dimensional chess, orchestrating the greatest reversed psyop ever. Nothing can stop what's coming. Nothing.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, rolling into a Friday. And it's 844-844-3388. Guess we could say we're, all right, talking sports of all sorts. What else we got, Brain Dead?
Well, remember I told you a month or so ago that Kyle Larson was going to go run the supercars down in Australia around Thanksgiving. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's now backing out since his disastrous double dip. So I'm going to ask you a question. What are your thoughts? Have you ever seen the races on Amazon Prime?
I have not.
Oh, okay. There's like I said, a lot of the chat boards online that I've been reading have been bashing the crap out of Amazon and, oh, it's a paywall. We got to pay for it. Listen, people. Quit being cheapskates like Steve. Just pay for the daggum thing. I mean, when you stop and look at it, the graphics are a heck of a lot better. There is a good pre-race show. There's an hour post-race show. I mean, they're showing a lot more. I mean, if they go to commercial, it's a side-by-side commercial.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a complete cutaway. But the one thing that really irritates me, and I was talking to Pornstar about this, I think last night or the other night, is the start time. If they advertise a 6 p.m. start time, that race, green flag, should start at 6 o'clock. Not 6:20, 6 o'clock. Because if you ever notice, football games start at 4:05. Okay, maybe 4:06.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't advertise it as a 4:05 start, but they don't kick the football off till 4:45.
Right.
NASCAR needs to step up and do a lot better job than that. But real quickly, something from the FW, some here from the Formula One world. Now, next year there's going to be some big changes coming down the line. Now, they're going to have a new design. There's going to be a new engine rule that's overhauled. They're going to this hybrid engine, which Indy was running this past 500. But also, too, there's a whole bunch of seats that's going to be opened up, which is going to be, quote, their silly season. Now, next year, there's going to be 24 Grand Prix that run from March to December. Now, the exact schedule is set to be locked in because you got to remember one thing. We're talking about the logistics of it. You're not just dealing with municipalities here. You're dealing with countries and different rules and different regulations and all that. Like you go to the Muslim world, you know, they got their own rules and all of that. But they also saying Australia is supposed to be getting a Formula One date the Australian Grand Prix, they're going to be running it. They haven't ran that in about 5 or 6 years now. Now, also, too, they're talking about starting their season in Bahrain. Yes, in Saudi Arabia. They haven't done that for quite a while, too, but it's the timing of Ramadan. I know most people, which means they would probably have to shift that to April. Now, the other thing, too, is the Canadian race. They're not going to run Monaco this upcoming year. They're going to be running in Canada. So how big of a clash is this going to be with the Canada race and the Indy 500? Because, they run in weather no matter what. They run flat out. So it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to pan out, and that's going to be one for me to watch. Steve, I'm going to go roll to Memphis. You have a good weekend, buddy.
All right. Thank you for the update there, and you do the same. Have a great weekend, Brain Dead. All righty, what do we got? Friday, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Let's see, Scott Chime. I shared that little bit. He said, wow, Steve just said it. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. That was a direct quote from the Q movement. It's becoming more and more mainstream daily. It's becoming more and more credible daily. Okay. That'd be interesting. I'm very curious how this all unfolds, but another, I don't know, what do you think? A new video released by TMZ suggests there was a fifth plane that was intended to strike as part of the unprecedented attack on September of 2001. But it may have been covered up by the FBI. According to the TMZ investigative video that shared on YouTube, United Flight 23 was grounded prior to taking off on a flight from the John F. Kennedy International Airport in Queens, New York, to the Los Angeles International Airport in L.A. TMZ reported that the pilot of the airplane and the flight attendants believe that the airplane may have been intended for use as part of those attacks on 9/11. The video entitled TMZ Investigates 9/11, the fifth plane, after they spent 6 months investigating the alleged activities on United Flight 23 that led to the FBI interviewing the pilot and flight attendants in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks. According to TMZ, the outlet interviewed the United Flight 23 pilot, a United Airlines dispatcher, 3 flight attendants, and a member of the 911 Commission regarding claims that there were 4 suspicious passengers on that plane that wanted to quickly take off from the airport, and that 2 individuals were observed running through the airplane cabin 20 minutes after the plane was evacuated and locked due to the airport shutting down after the World Trade Center was attacked. Now, the United Flight 23 pilot, identified as Captain Tom Manello, told TMZ the airplane was locked and sealed when I left the plane. So something else was going on that I cannot explain. Something was going on there that should not have been going on, suggesting that the 2 individuals seen on the plane after it was locked could have been attempting to remove weapons or other evidence from the plane. There's a good chance somebody was plotting to try to use our plane as a weapon of mass destruction, he says. Sandy Thorngren, a flight attendant on United Flight 23, tells TMZ, I definitely think 23 from JFK to LAX was the 5th plane. Another flight attendant added, "In my mind, there was no doubt we were a target of a plan that would have taken us to our end." In a caption to the new video, the outlet wrote, "Was it grounded in time, covered up, or simply forgotten? This investigation digs into government documents, eyewitness accounts, and hidden details that may actually point to a fifth plane and possibly a deeper conspiracy." After all these years, I've never heard anything about a fifth potential plane being involved on that day. But I think in all the other planes that did participate, it was the narrative of 4 individuals. So who might those 4 on that plane have been? Where did they go? Are they still here? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Speaker says Elon Musk has ghosted him over President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Mike Johnson told reporters he phoned Musk after the billionaire called the spending bill a disgusting abomination of spending, and Elon didn't answer.
I don't know what happened in 24 hours. I don't know. Everybody can draw their own conclusions about that, okay?
Johnson added he spoke to President Trump, who told him he's not delighted that Elon did a 180 on the issue. Musk has since posted, "Bankrupting America is not okay, kill the bill." The Congressional Budget Office reports the legislation would add $2.4 trillion to the nation's deficit over the next decade. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is rescinding a Biden-era policy requiring hospitals to provide emergency abortions.
The guidance was put in place by former President Joe Biden just weeks after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. At the time, the administration argued that federal law guaranteeing emergency care for all patients superseded state laws banning abortion. The guidance provided some cover for healthcare providers. The White House said the guidance does not reflect the policy of the Trump administration. Abortion rights groups accused Trump of walking back on promises to not interfere with abortion policy. Tony Waterman, Washington.
One of former President Biden's press secretaries is parting ways with the Democratic Party in order to become an independent.
Hi, I'm Karine Jean-Pierre, and I am the author of a new book that's coming out this fall called
independent.
Karine Jean-Pierre's decision was confirmed in a press release for an upcoming book about her time working in the White House.
I think we need to stop thinking in boxes and think outside of our boxes and not be so partisan.
Independent, a look inside a broken White House outside the party lines, is set to be released this fall. Jean-Pierre will take readers through Biden's abandoning his bid for a second term and what she says was a betrayal by the Democratic Party that led to his decision. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks.
Multiple reports say the proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 countries. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. People from 7 countries will have partial restrictions, including Cuba and Venezuela. Trump reportedly was back and forth on the decision, with the anti-Semitic attack in Boulder, Colorado, putting things into motion quicker. Mark Mayfield.
Some new figures are out regarding joblessness.
The number of Americans turning to the government for unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 247,000 initial requests in the week ending May 31st. That's a jump of 8,000 from the week prior. It's also more than the 236,000 most analysts were expecting. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Economic uncertainty is taking a toll on retirement accounts.
According to Fidelity Investments, which is the largest provider of 401k plans in the U.S., average balances fell 3%, while the average individual retirement account balance fell 4%. The findings come even as savings rates hit a record high in the quarter at a combined 14.3%. The analysis was reported on the heels of news that U.S. gross domestic product shrank 0.3% during the first quarter of this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 108 points. The S&P 500 jumped by 31 points. The Nasdaq lost 162 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
additional updates as we get another hour underway here on a Friday. And we already touched on Trump says we have a deal with China. That should be big. Calm things down as far as the markets are concerned, all the volatility we've talked about. The previous day, the European Union Trade Commissioner stated that they have also held productive talks with the United States Trade Representative Jamieson Greer as the European Union and the U.S. try to find a deal over the tariffs. The Post stating had a productive, constructive discussion with U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Greer on the margins of the OECD Trade Ministerial. We're advancing in the right direction at pace, staying in close contact to maintain that momentum. The official word, again, from the European Union. You know, step by step, things begin to come together. Well, let me add on top of that. You know, what is the purpose of tariffs, right? It's to reduce our deficits, our trade deficits. It's having an impact. The U.S. trade deficit in goods and services narrowed sharply in April, falling to $61.6 billion from $138.3 billion in March, the largest monthly improvement on record, driven by a steep drop in imports and continued strength in American exports. The 16.3% decline in imports, the biggest on record, coinciding with the introduction of new U.S. tariff schedules following months of accelerated purchasing by companies anticipating those higher duties. Analysts noted that much of the shift reflected a hangover after months of elevated imports as they rushed to bring in goods of the tariff ahead of the hikes. At the same time, though, exports rose by 3%, including gains in capital goods, industrial materials, non-monetary gold. Services exports also increased, led by travel and financial services, expanding the nation's long-standing surplus in services trade to $25.8 billion. Now, the rise in exports suggests that fears of foreign retaliation against U.S. tariffs have been overstated. The world has not reacted to the new U.S. trade policies by refusing to buy U.S. goods and services. The April data does not look like a trade war so much as a rebalancing. The improvement in net exports comes after trade was a drag on growth in the first quarter and is now expected to make a significant positive contribution to second quarter GDP. Economists suggest the reversal reflects both changing global trade dynamics and the effects of policies designed to bolster domestic industry and reduce dependence on imports. Now, imports declined across nearly all major categories, including consumer goods, pharmaceuticals, automotive products. The U.S. goods trade deficit with Ireland, a major source of pharmaceutical inputs, shrank from $29.3 billion to $9.5 billion, while the deficit with China fell to $19.7 billion. Shortfalls with Mexico and Canada also narrowed. Some companies may be adjusting their sourcing strategies, others awaiting the outcome of the ongoing negotiations. The administration has indicated it's pursuing new trade agreements in parallel with the tariff policy, which has emphasized reciprocity and the restoration of industrial capacity in strategic sectors. Early indicators suggest the trend may be continuing. A manufacturing survey from the Institute of Supply Management showed the steepest contraction in imports since 2009, pointing to a sustained reshaping of trade flows, while critics have warned tariffs risk disrupting global commerce. The latest data suggests the U.S. economy is adapting quickly, exporting more, importing less, and building a more resilient foundation for growth. That should all bode well, coupled with agreements. China just got a few T's yet to cross, they say. The European Union coming around. We've already struck deals with other countries. We knew it wasn't going to happen overnight. Patience, my friend. Patience, as they say. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor. Or should we say Happy Casual Friday? Or, hey, Becky, what day is it? But that's your line.
That is, well, for her, it's hump day. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyway, so what do you think of the fuel leak there in Baltimore Harbor there?
What did they, that's got to be big in your local news there. What caused it? How did they lose 2,000 gallons?
Well, that's, I guess, yet to be determined by what you were reading, because what you were reading is about all I saw. I did miss the beginning of the 6 o'clock news last night. I didn't get up until somewhere in the middle of the newscast. So if it was a leading story on the local news, I did miss it. But I don't know. But when they report that you got 200 gallons missing, and then when they start cleaning it up, then you're like, oh, no. It was 2,000 gallons. Somebody put the decimal point in the wrong place? What? Huh? How does that work? I don't know. I guess they were hoping that it wouldn't be, so obvious or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe somebody thought that they could. I don't know. I'm starting to surmise about things that we don't have the facts about. And again, until we find out all the facts of the story, we shouldn't go and guess what happened. But it is an interesting situation. And but anyways, so I don't know, kind of a quiet day. Other than that, things have just kind of been poking along, and looks like we got some decent weather coming here. I guess we got chances of showers on both Saturday and Sunday, but it's starting to look like more just possibly like afternoon thunderstorms more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we'll ride with that and see what we got. But other than that, so what's going on with that cement pond of yours, Your Honor?
Well, it's a tad bit green, if you know what I mean.
Okay. So do you normally put any extra chemicals in the fall to boost it up a little bit?
Yeah, we do the whole winterized thing, and I dump a couple extra gallons of the shock in there.
Okay.
But I was thinking, we covered it sometime, I'm thinking like late August, maybe early September. Right there around Labor Day, right?
Yep.
And so it's been covered for 9 months.
That's true. That's very true, Your Honor. Yeah. So, because usually you have it, a lot of times you'll have it uncovered by the end of April, beginning of May. So, that would be almost, at least a full month before now.
And this year it's just been so, the nights have been so chilly and everything. And
Yep. So, yeah, I guess it gave it an extra month to grow in there. So probably, your chemicals had worn out enough to allow that to happen.
And
so,
I don't think my cheap ass cover was doing a good job either. I just buy the chintzy, pretty much like $100 cover, because they only last, if you try to stretch it out for 2-3, they only last like a season anyway. But the cheap cover, I think some of that, all the leaves and the nasty stuff on top was able to get through to the water below.
Yeah, and you know what else is just as bad is that if it doesn't stop the sun, the UV 100%, even though it's covered, the sun still gets through and works and makes that green grow.
Yeah.
So that that's probably just as much of a detriment as the the chemicals breaking down and not being as strong, and the algae agent in there to be able to start to grow. But then all it takes is just that little bit of sunlight, that little bit of UV light, and it just activates that algae. And, just makes it start going. So, I mean, we watch that with the water troughs around with the horses and the animals, and that I mean, at this point, it's, because it's non-treated water for them to drink. At this point, it's about every 2 days. By the time you empty them out, brush them off, rinse them out, and refill them, it's about 2 days, and you can watch the algae start growing. Of course, the water troughs have another problem, is that the horses eat green grass and that type of thing, and when they go over to get a drink, they usually have a mouthful of the green grass. So when they get their drink, they open their mouth and they drop all that stuff that they've been chewing on in the water. Well, then that just makes the algae just take off pretty quick with that. So, but it's pretty amazing, the difference of the sun and how strong the sun is now. Higher in the sky, the stronger UV we're getting, even though it's not warmer, that something that would go a week or 2 weeks in the wintertime now is 2 days, 3 days at the most, and you're starting to do it all over again. So anyways, and maybe that's the other part of it too, is that it was a whole another month of the sun actually being able to work on that cover, and if that cover didn't keep the light out, that caused that to grow that much more. So do you think it's savable, or are you going to be able to
I think a couple gallon. I mean, you can. It's green, but you can see the bottom. So it's not. Yeah, it's not that bad. I think a couple gallons of shock should knock it right out.
Okay, so it's not a frog pond. No. It's not like you can walk across from one side to the other.
No.
Okay, well, that's a good thing there, that you don't have yourself an old mill pond or something, because then at that point you might as well just put a fountain up in the middle of it and just enjoy listening to the frogs there, peepers at night.
Let the ducks have at it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But anyways, I guess other than that, it's kind of a quiet, casual Friday morning there. I don't know, the racing there. I guess if it's a road course down there in Mexico, I guess we could hope for a lot of rain, and they'd have to put the rain tires on, the grippy tread tires and the windshield wiper, and actually prove their driving ability to go left and right. I don't know, maybe make it more interesting. But I don't know, probably not a high likelihood of rain in Mexico City, is there? I don't know what season they're in. They probably wouldn't schedule the race in the monsoon season down there, so
right.
I would assume the rain possibility isn't that high. But other than that, we got a little muster for the fire truck on Saturday to go to, and they put some of their portable ponds out, so we can throw a hose in the portable pond and spray a little bit of water and get everything lubricated and make sure everything's working good for the big show that comes up in July, the second week of July in Harrisburg, where we go up and pump all day. And then Sunday there's a little car show that's for the 4-H that I was going to try to get to for the last couple of years, but I haven't been able to. But looks like I'll be able to get to that this year. So we'll do double duty this weekend with fire truck there, both Saturday and Sunday. So we'll see how all that works out, and I guess we'll report back on Monday. And other than that, everybody have a good weekend. And what is it about Casual Friday, Your Honor?
Yeah.
What is that? What is Casual Friday?
Yeah, it doesn't mean drive naked.
That's right. All right, Your Honor. You have a good weekend. We'll talk to you later.
All righty.
6 divisions of competitors hope to have that magic touch in Hotch. Meanwhile, kicking off the regional circuit is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Pulling fans, it's almost time for that first crank of the starter, that first green flag, and that first class victory celebration. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. It is here. After 229 silent days and nights, the National Tractor Pullers Association's Championship Pulling Series roars to life once again. The world's toughest competitors and the world's greatest fans will convene at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, Minnesota for the 2025 Power Pull Nationals this Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The event is the first of the regular season for the Grand National Circuit presented by Case IH. 6 divisions will break the seal on the new season beginning at 7 p.m. Central. Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel will have defending champ Colin Ross begin his quest for a 5th title with his family's triple bypass McCormick. The reigning Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champion is Brent Meyer. He and his injected funds John Deere will be out to extend their dominance for a 3rd straight year. Coming off their first Superstock Diesel 4x4 championship season are Craig Dickey and his Cummins Killer 3. He'll be looking to pilot his Duramax powered GMC to its first GN win after a season of consistent finishes earned him the 2024 crown. The Dr. Preload Super Semi road to the title was ruled by R.J. Simon's Drivers Wanted Peterbilt. We'll see what the rest of the rigs have to say about that this year, starting in Hutchinson. Last season's CM Pulling Tires modified mini champ Brian McDonald is taking a step back from full-time competition, but there will still be plenty of contenders for the title in one of the sport's most rapidly expanding divisions. And Bill Leishner will be going for his 2nd NTPA modified title when he fires up his Dirt Slinger for the first time in 2025. We hope you can make it to Hutchinson for the launch of the NTPA's 55th championship campaign. But if you can't, you can watch all of the proceedings live or on demand at fullpull.live and on the Full Pull app for smart devices. This week also marks the launch of the Case IH NTPA Superfan Experience Contest, with the grand prize being a Farmall SC25 compact tractor plus $4,000 in cash. Register to win on the contest page at ntpapull.com under the More menu tab. While the focus of the Grand National competitors is firmly fixed on central Minnesota, action also gets going Saturday night in not 1, not 2, but 3 different NTPA regions. In the newly reborn Steiner Tractor Parts Region 1, it's the Waynesburg, Pennsylvania Megapole at the Greene County Fairgrounds at 7 p.m. Eastern. Region 1 will incorporate 4 events across PA and West Virginia and will confer titles and Enderley pull-off berths on light Pro Stock and Super Stock 4-wheel drive. In Steiner Tractor Parts Region 2's westernmost outpost, it's the Ileana Hub Shakedown at the pool grounds in the border town of Boswell, Indiana. The association is marking its return to Boswell for the first time in a decade, with a 4-class show beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern. And on Steiner Tractor Parts Region 3's traditional launch pad, the Pierce County Fairgrounds in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, it's the Showdown in Kergtown beginning at 6:30 p.m. Central, featuring 12 NTPA and Wisconsin Tractor Pullers classes on 2 tracks. Check out ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for details regarding these and all NTPA events this season. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Say good morning to Buckwheat. I guess he was having some technical issues with his audio via Facebook, but he said, it's back. Hope all's going well there. What's on slate for your weekend? Meanwhile, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Friday. Yeah, how about that? You know, it does make a difference as far as who is the commander-in-chief when it comes to military recruitment. You know, some individuals, military age, would be willing to serve under one president and not necessarily another. The proof is right here. The United States Army has hit their 2025 recruiting goal 4 months early. So says Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. That clearly shows Americans' youth want to serve under President Trump. Officials saying the Army has met its goal with the signing of 61,000 contracts for new active duty soldiers, according to the Army Times. Made the announcement in a social media post saying the recruits are eager to serve their country. In April, Vice President J.D. Vance kind of underscored the positive recruiting trends that we had seen. And President Trump expressed full confidence in Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. How many years consecutively we talked about Army, Navy, Marines, all not being able to reach their recruitment goals. We'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Sean Diddy Combs is getting a scolding from the judge as his sex trafficking trial continues.
Brianna Bongalan said Diddy held her over a 17th-story balcony in 2016 and that the incident left her paranoid and suffering from nightmare. Earlier in the day, a forensic video expert testified that the hotel security video allegedly showing Diddy brutally attacking Ventura has not been altered. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to all charges, which also include racketeering conspiracy. I'm Kristen Marks.
President Trump is doubling down on calls to eliminate the country's debt ceiling.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump said he's pleased to finally agree with Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren on something after she called to get rid of it forever. Trump said the debt ceiling should be scrapped to prevent an economic catastrophe too devastating to be put in the hands of political people. The president said Republicans and Democrats need to come together to get this done. I'm Lisa Taylor.
This is USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, picking up where we left off there. Yeah, how about those recruitment numbers? Hegseth says if you look at our military recruitment numbers, that's, in my view, the best testament to his leadership of the military, is that for the first time in a long time, and we don't have terrible recruitment problems in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, that the Army's goal was actually 10% higher than the 55,000 recruits sought in 2024. In the article from the Military Times or the Army Times, the Army said this shows a renewed sense of patriotism and purpose among America's youth. The Times also quoted Army Secretary Dan Driscoll, who said he's proud of the recruiters and the drill sergeants, their colossal efforts and dedication to duty helped the U.S. Army accomplish our fiscal year 25 annual recruiting goal a full 4 months ahead of schedule. I want to thank the Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, the Secretary of Defense Hegseth, for the decisive leadership and support in equipping, training, and supporting these future soldiers as they face a world of global uncertainty and complex threats. Putting soldiers first is having a tangible impact and shows the young people across our country want to be a part of the most lethal land fighting force the world has ever seen. Now, news comes as President Trump's planning a military parade on June 14 to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army and his birthday that coincide. A couple months ago, Hegseth said the Army's had its best recruitment month in 15 years in January under Trump. All right, Trump touted rooting the wokeness out of the military while also highlighting the record recruitments. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone, and we feel so much better, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologists. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. Now, as far as the big 250th anniversary, it's just around the corner here now, right? Planning the huge 250th anniversary observance on the 14th in Washington. They say the event is expected to be large enough that Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport outside the nation's capital has begun cautioning airline passengers of a planned closing that evening. The Reagan National website displaying a cautionary message to accommodate aircraft flyovers along the parade route, followed by a fireworks display. The Federal Aviation Administration is expected to suspend airline operations at DCA, affecting flight schedules. Travelers are told to consider public transportation to get around the D.C. area that day. Consider using Metro Rail to reach the airport and expect roadway closures off airport that could increase travel time. People are also being told to watch the flyovers and fireworks from somewhere else with limited garage parking capacity at DCA due to construction. Event parking and fireworks viewing at the airport are strongly discouraged. Again, expect delays from road closures and increased pedestrian and vehicle traffic. The Army has posted information about the observance indicating it'll be a week-long affair, actually beginning tomorrow, June 7th, Saturday, and wrapping up on June the 14th with the parade and fireworks. The area surrounding Washington will be filled with Army personnel leading up to that anniversary event. As many as 7,000 soldiers and support staff will be staying in government office buildings. 24 Army M1A1 Abrams main battle tanks will be in the parade. Each weighs about 57 metric tons. The Army plans to reinforce some streets along the parade route with metal plates to prevent damage. President Trump and family members plan to view the parade from a viewing stand near the White House. And he posted via Truth Social about the parade, inviting Americans to the Capitol for the event. For 2.5 centuries, our brave soldiers have fought, bled, and died to keep us free, and now we will honor them with a wonderful parade, one that is worthy of their service and sacrifice. Just so happens June 14th is also President Trump's 79th birthday. Well, there you go. All right. I don't know. A lot of folks going to be rolling into D.C. for that event. A lot of veterans maybe. All right. Back to Eagle, I believe, back on board. Wanted to talk a little bit about NASCAR. What you got going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about NASCAR and then say something about John Force, Steve. I wanted to ask you, first of all, before I get started about, we talked earlier about the situation in Mexico City with NASCAR running next week. Have you heard any news? Because I haven't heard anything except from Brain Dead calling it. Have you heard anything from NASCAR saying if they're going to go ahead and hold this event, or have you heard anything about that since I talked to you?
Yeah,
with NASCAR.
I think I touched on at some point last evening the plans. I mean, there are some people that are already headed down there. You know, they say after the race in Michigan this Sunday, when the car haulers leave Michigan, they'll be heading straight for the border down there, and they're going to arrive in Mexico City. I believe the Cup cars will arrive on Thursday of next week. It's about a 40-hour drive from Michigan Speedway to Mexico City, they say. But everything's a go.
Oh, okay. Everything's a go then. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I hadn't heard any news. I didn't know if they was, except from you, on what the deal was since I talked to you. Hopefully everything will go good, because they got a lot of stuff going on in Mexico right now, Steve, and a lot of bad stuff going on. So we'll see. Hopefully they can get down there and get the race done and get the hell out of there. And, I understand they got contracts and all that, but NASCAR got a lot of money, and if I was NASCAR, I would look into get me a lawyer and try to. I don't know how much of a long contract they got with Mexico City, but I'd be trying to look at a way to get out of that contract for the event next year, for the following year. If they have to do it this year, I don't agree with it, but if that's what they got to do, that's what they got to do. But I definitely would try to get the hell out of that contract and hold that race somewhere else. I don't think NASCAR go to Canada. At least it's safe in Canada. At least you can hold a damn race in Canada. You don't have to worry about getting hijacked and cartels and all this other stuff. NASCAR, if they want to go to another country, why don't they try to go to Canada? Formula One goes to Canada, so maybe the NASCAR should look at that if forget about Mexico at this point. Now, let's talk about this situation, Steve, with John Force. Okay, now John Force, I watched the race the last couple of weeks last week, and when they was in New Hampshire, and John Force, he's clearly not all together there. After he might not never be after running into the wall, running over 300 miles an hour. I can't see him getting back in a car. He might get back in a car just as a farewell, goodbye to his fans, but not at top speed, just go down the track, and in the car, just to wave goodbye to the fans or something like that. He hasn't done that. But I can't see him. I don't think Force can ever get back in a car going over 300 miles an hour. Now, his daughter is a different story. Now here's something that I'm concerned with, Steve. I don't know when NHRA is going to put a stop to the speed. Maybe the tip top is 350, and they're getting real close to that. His daughter, John Force's daughter, Brittany, last week she ran 341 miles an hour, which is ridiculous. And if you've ever seen the inside of one of these cars when they got cameras in these cars, and she's basically just running a rocket ship down the dragway. That's basically what they are, is running a damn rocket. And they doing that in 2 or 3 seconds, Steve. It's not no 5, 6 seconds. They running 344 miles an hour in 3 seconds. As soon as she hit the gas pedal, that car is launching. So here's what I'm worried about, Steve. If there was to be a malfunction, because they've had in the past, tires. You don't have a guarantee of when a tire is going to blow out.
Sure.
John Force's here had tires blow out. And believe me, you do not want to have a tire blow out when you're running 340 miles an hour. Only bad things to happen. So I think that NHRA, they might let somebody get up to 350, and I think that's going to be the tip top, and I think that's too fast. But I think the NHRA is running a little bit too fast. I think 330, 320, that's fast enough. But when you start to get close to 350, you're talking some serious speed. Now, one other comment, and that's about Tony Stewart. I told you about Tony Stewart a couple of weeks ago, Steve. Stewart is going to go down in history as one of the best racers ever, because he has excelled in all areas of racing, not just NASCAR. He's done his thing in He's done his thing in the IndyCar. He's the midgets. He's done his thing in just about everything he's ever sat in. And now he went into NHRA, and it wasn't looking good his first year. I had my doubts about him, ever winning a race after what he did last year. But he came back this year and already won 2 races and made it to the final last week against Brittany Force and came in second. Stewart will go down in history as one of the most versatile drivers in the history of racing, and I just wanted to give him his compliments, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Very good. Yes, indeed. And, it was he lost to Brittany at .007. I mean, that's pretty much as close to a dead heat as they can get, right? How do they even time that? But meanwhile, all right, got a Friday rolling in, TGIF. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. All right, the embattled Transportation Security Administration kind of under intense fire. But the heat's not coming from disgruntled airport travelers for once. Instead, it's coming from a much more imposing source, which is President Trump's Department of Homeland Security. According to the damning release from DHS, the TSA's watch list program under former President Biden was improperly manipulated. It was, as Department of Homeland Security put it, TSA corruption. Discovered documents, correspondence, and timelines clearly highlight the Biden's inconsistent application of what was known as the Silent Partners, Quiet Skies, and watch listing programs, circumventing security policies to benefit politically aligned friends and family at the expense of the American people. Department of Homeland Security further argued that the way these programs were conducted ultimately yielded little to no measurable security impact and lay at the expense of the American traveler. One of those aligned friends who enjoyed this TSA programs was Billy Shaheen, the husband of Democrat Senator Jeanne Shaheen of Massachusetts. After Senator Shaheen directly lobbied the former administrator, they gave repeated explicit direction to exclude Shaheen from the Silent Partner Quiet Skies list. Homeland Security also made sure to note the odd flying mates that Mr. Shaheen apparently liked to surround himself with. Now, they granted Shaheen a blanket Silent Partners Quiet Skies exemption despite Shaheen flying with a known or suspected terrorist on 3 separate occasions. Now, they called out the seemingly double standard and politicization of these watch list programs when former Hawaii representative and now director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who was a vocal critic of Biden, was actually placed on that list. All the while, Tulsi Gabbard and many other Americans were placed on the Quiet Skies list with little or no visibility, awareness, explanation, or oversight. Plus, members of foreign royal families, political elites, professional athletes, and journalists also enjoyed preferential treatment. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem did not mince words when addressing this corruption. She says, quote, "It is clear this program was used as a political Rolodex of the Biden administration, weaponized against its political foes, and to benefit their well-heeled friends. This program should have been about the equal application of security. Instead, it was corrupted to be about political targeting." So I guess they're all but scrapping this program. The Trump administration will restore the integrity, privacy, and equal application of the law for all Americans, including aviation screening.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, update on the English proficiency in the trucking industry. Via the Border Report this past day, stating that Mexican truck drivers working in the U.S. have reportedly received warnings for not having English literacy. Alfonso Chavez, who is a delegate with Mexico's National Chamber of Freight Transportation in Tijuana, said, "I just got word one driver received a warning while driving in Texas last week." Of course, as we know, the president signed the executive order bringing back previous mandates that were rolled back by the Obama administration, dictating that truckers in the U.S. must have enough English literacy to communicate with law enforcement and read traffic signs. Now, he said, "We've heard visas were being taken away too, but that is not accurate." He said, "We do need to pay attention to these warnings. Drivers could be put out of commission, and their companies could face fines and other sanctions." Now, he said his organization is working with the U.S. consulate in Tijuana to try and establish an official line of communication to clarify doubts and questions that are mostly being generated on social media by other truck drivers. Now, he states of the drivers with B1 visas that are authorized to drive from Mexico all the way to Canada, he doesn't give a number, but he said only 30% of them have English literacy. He says if they follow through as planned and start removing drivers who don't speak enough English, this could lead to the collapse in the economy. Currently, there is, this is where things get kind of comical. Right now, there's the need for 56,000 truckers in Mexico and about 200,000 in the United States. No, there's not. No, there's not. Anyway, so cutting out truckers that are now in service would hurt the economies of both countries, he says. I say quite to the contrary. When and if they do indeed begin putting some of these non-English proficient drivers out of service and kind of thinning the field, we would most likely see the freight rates begin to go up. I mean, this is the thing, these B-1 visa holders that have flooded the market, that's what's holding the rates down. There's too many out there. Now, he said his organization's not against Trump's executive order, adding it's good that all drivers know enough English to communicate while on the job, but where we are in the process of organizing English courses for drivers who want to learn to avoid having any problems and maybe losing their visas. So making progress, I suppose. What is... supposedly it was a June 24, I believe, was the date where the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance said that they're going to begin enforcing that. Then, of course, a few days later, the FMCSA came out and said it's effective immediately. So I'm not certain if have they put anyone out of service yet, or undoubtedly he confirmed they are issuing some warnings, but maybe it's warnings now, the 24th of June, out of service criteria. All right, coming up, the latest on, I shared the story this past day. Saving the planet, one electric vehicle at a time, right? This is yet another scenario where electric vehicles to the tune of hundreds are pretty much burnt up and sinking to the bottom of the sea. A cargo ship carrying around 3,000 cars abandoned in the Pacific Ocean, left to burn. Hundreds of these were electric vehicles. Any ideas, any suggestions as to how the fire started? More on that coming up in our next hour.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Speaker says Elon Musk has ghosted him over President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Mike Johnson told reporters he phoned Musk after the billionaire called the spending bill a disgusting abomination of spending, and Elon didn't answer.
I don't know what happened in 24 hours. Everybody can draw their own conclusions about that, okay?
Johnson added he spoke to President Trump, who told him he's not delighted that Elon did a 180 on the issue. Musk has since posted, "Bankrupting America is not okay, kill the bill." The Congressional Budget Office reported reports the legislation would add $2.4 trillion to the nation's deficit over the next decade. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is rescinding a Biden-era policy requiring hospitals to provide emergency abortions.
The guidance was put in place by former President Joe Biden just weeks after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. At the time, the administration argued that federal law guaranteeing emergency care for all patients superseded state laws banning abortion. The guidance provided some cover for healthcare providers. The White House said the guidance does not reflect the policy of the Trump administration. Abortion rights groups accused Trump of walking back on promises to not interfere with abortion policy. Tony Waterman, Washington.
One of former President Biden's press secretaries is parting ways with the Democratic Party in order to become an independent.
Hi, I'm Karine Jean-Pierre, and I am the author of a new book that's coming out this fall called Independent.
Karine Jean-Pierre's decision was confirmed in a press release for an upcoming book about her time working in the White House.
I think we need to stop thinking in boxes and think outside of our boxes and not be so partisan.
Independent, a look inside a broken White House outside the party lines, is set to be released this fall. Jean-Pierre will take readers through Biden's abandoning his bid for a second term and what she says was a betrayal by the Democratic Party that led to his decision. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA, Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks.
Multiple reports say the proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 countries. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. People from 7 countries will have partial restrictions, including Cuba and Venezuela. Trump reportedly was back and forth on the decision, with the anti-Semitic attack in Boulder, Colorado, putting things into motion quicker. Mark Mayfield.
So new figures are out regarding joblessness.
The number of Americans turning to the government for unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 247,000 initial requests in the week ending May 31st. That's a jump of 8,000 from the week prior. It's also more than the 236,000 most analysts were expecting. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Economic uncertainty is taking a toll on retirement accounts.
According to Fidelity Investments, which is the largest provider of 401k plans in the U.S., average balances fell 3%, while the average individual retirement account balance fell 4%. The findings come even as savings rates hit a record high in the quarter at a combined 14.3%. The analysis was reported on the heels of news that U.S. gross domestic product shrank 0.3% during the first quarter of this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 108 points. The S&P 500 jumped by 31 points. The Nasdaq lost 162 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, here's what we know at this point in time. I came across via Car Scoops early Thursday. Yet another cargo ship carrying, in this case, around 3,000 cars. Abandoned in the Pacific. Left to burn. The Morning Midas was carrying about 800 electric vehicles from China en route to Mexico when it caught fire about 450 kilometers south of Alaska. The U.S. Coast Guard Alaska Division was called to the scene of the unfolding disaster by a distress call about 3:15 Tuesday afternoon. Coast Guard first witnessing smoke coming from the deck of the vessel where the electric vehicles were said to be stowed. The crew of the Morning Midas, unable to get the fire under control, and in consultation with the U.S. Coast Guard, decided to abandon ship with all 22 sailors taken to safety. So this just underscores the safety issues with transporting electric vehicles. You know, those lithium-ion batteries catching fire, damn near impossible to put out. What is the fate of the ship? At this point, I haven't found anything to clarify whether it is sunk yet or not. We do know that we had just back in March of 22, remember the Felicity Ace, the cargo ship that was carrying cars and SUVs? Like 4,500 luxury cars. Yeah, that one sunk. The latest update I was able to come across. Here's what we have. The Coast Guard providing some additional details about 300 miles south of Adak, Alaska. The exact number of vehicles aboard the 600-foot Liberian-flagged cargo vessel, which is managed by a UK company, has been confirmed at 3,048 total vehicles. Of those, 70 were fully electric, 681 were hybrid electric vehicles. The Coast Guard also reported the status of the fire remains uncertain. Now, early yesterday, the smoke still visibly emanating from the vessel. As the search and rescue portion of the response concluded, crews are working with the vessel's manager to determine the disposition of the vessel, according to the commander of the Coast Guard's 17th District. All right, we're grateful for the selfless actions of the 3 nearby vessels who assisted in the response and the crew of the motor vessel Cosco Hellas, who helped save 22 sailors. Now, the original report stated, electric vehicle sales might not have caught alight the way automakers hoped, but news of another shipping fire reminds us electric cars sure are combustible. The cargo ship was on its way from Asia to North America when the fire broke out. Crew abandoning the vessel in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, leaving thousands of brand new cars on board. The Morning Midas had departed China for Mexico on May the 26th. Roughly 3,000 vehicles, including around 800 electric, 8 days into the 19-day voyage. Smoke was spotted billowing from one of the decks. The ship owner, Zodiac Maritime, which manages the vessel, has since confirmed the fire originated in the section of the ship carrying electric vehicles. The crew immediately initiated emergency firefighting procedures using the onboard fire suppression systems. The carrier's manager states, however, despite their efforts, the situation could not be brought under control. After contact, as we said, with the Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard, the 22-man crew decided to abandon ship, jumping into the lifeboat, after which they were picked up by a nearby merchant ship. With the fire still burning at the time of writing, the condition of thousands of cars still on board is not known. But this is far from the first time a boat carrying electric vehicles has caught fire at sea. I mentioned 3 years ago, the one loaded with 4,000 cars, Porsche, Bentley, Lamborghini, that went up in flames in the Atlantic. Attempts were made to tow the Felicity Ace to safety, but after burning for 2 weeks, the boat ultimately capsized and sank near the Azores. All 22 crew were also saved on that occasion, but the VW Group said the insurance company was looking at a $155 million bill to replace those lost cars. Lamborghini even restarted production of a discontinued vehicle to replace customers' cars lost in that accident. Now, some shipping companies are refusing to carry electric vehicles, judging the risk factor as too high. But with EVs set to eventually take over the car market, these vehicles are going to have to get from one side of the world somehow, and shipping is the only realistic method. I don't know. I have my skepticism. Is the world going electric vehicles? One thing is for certain in this country, we are no longer full steam ahead on that path. Good morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning. Steve, I got one complaint. I don't know whether anybody else is having this trouble, but when you said open lines, AT&T said you were booked up and I couldn't get through to you. So that's my complaint for this morning.
We have not had full lines all morning. It's been pretty quiet.
I thought, but no. So I called you on this other phone. I got just the idea. Hot Shot Secret, Steve Summers Overnight Drive Cruise Line. Buy that boat, get there with all them EVs, and go on a permanent cruise, and you can have Monkey Gouger doing the fishing off the bow.
There you go. Sounds like a plan, Plowboy.
Damn, hell, y'all can have your own damn fleet if it can just keep them above water. But Steve initially realized the call and other than just raise hell up. Remember you had a driver here 10 days or 2 weeks ago called in talking about the freight train, the doors being open?
Yes, I do.
And crap falling out. Pull this one up, sir, if you don't mind. KTSM, El Paso, Texas, doing a report. Came out a few hours back that Sinaloa could, have I jacked it up? I don't, you correct it later. Cartel is hijacking trains and selling the freight off them. See, I noticed this back a few years back when I was in L.A. hauling crap out of there. But no, this is cartel since they can't smuggle their illegals in here and fentanyl and all that. They have switched over to high-dollar sneakers from stuff going to Academy Sports. This is all in the report I was just reading here a bit ago. But I mean, yeah. So that might be and they say they're hijacking these trains just like back years ago when we were watching them John Wayne westerns and
really
all that. They were just basically taking, my understanding, they don't give a damn who it is. Burlington Northern, BNSF, and all them. Yeah. KTSM, El Paso. So, I don't know. But strange world, and we're getting to the point they don't care. And it's happening on this side of the border. That's the damn thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like it's on the southern. And this is just not one or two. My understanding has been done for quite a while, sir.
Just like the cargo theft that we're highlighting that's going up, big time every year in the trucking sector. I know that the rail lines, FreightWaves has had several stories about the rail and the intermodal, the cargo theft going skyrocketing.
Yes, sir. And that's what they were also saying, how many hundreds. This is just a few trains compared to how many hundreds of trucks have been hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't really say cargo theft, but the hijacking part. And I guess it could have happened more prevalent down there in that area. It's just, they're more open now. They're more susceptible to that crap. I don't know. Just modern day wild, wild west. I just, something we got. But this deal that happened between Trump and President Trump and Elon.
Yes.
I venture to guess that you ain't going to get no tax credits. Not too many people are going to be buying them, would you?
Well, what side of the aisle are you on? You think it's a legitimate spat, or is this part of a psyops, four-dimensional chess?
Hell, you can call Red Mule, get him involved. I told him I was afraid of this a long time ago. I called him a chameleon. I liked what he'd done, but somehow I knew it was going to be a snake bite after a while.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't. I mean, how many millions of dollars did he? He contributed to Trump and everything, and he's been out there and he's on the campaign. I don't know. It just. And just literally was it last Friday, wasn't it, when they were in the Oval Office's final day, and everything looked like it was a hunky-dory send-off. Thanks for all you did. And he said at the time, Doge isn't going away. Doge is just going to continue. And then all hell breaks loose 48 hours later.
Yes. You never know when something will be there to snap the camel's back. I do have a question. Are you going to go out and buy that new book that they got coming out?
Well, what's the book?
You know which one I'm referring to? The press secretary, the dingbat, the dum-dum administration.
Yeah, Karine Jean-Pierre. Now, I saw, she's making headlines because supposedly she said she's leaving the Democrat Party and she's going to become an independent. And all that at the same time, her new book just got released. The only way she can get any media attention, I think that's all a dog and pony show, too.
You're right about that, brother. You're right. But, no, it's getting more comical every day on that thing.
Right.
Well, I get off here for a while.
All right, thanks for checking in. So, you should not get a busy signal. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back after this.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
All right, I've mentioned many times over the years that I'm not a big basketball fan. I'll tune in, pay attention during like the March Madness thing. But as far as, college basketball, NBA, basketball in general, it's not the game that actually floats my boat. But for some of the NBA fans, and I know our friend Double R has been pulling for Indiana. I guess you witnessed history in the making this past evening. According to what I'm seeing here, prior to last evening, teams that were 9 points or more, trailing by 9 points or more in the final 3 minutes of any NBA final game since 1971. The record was 0 wins, 182 losses. That figure is now 1 and 182. In other words, Indiana, they came back from a 9+ point deficit in the final 3 minutes of the game last evening. Well, how about that? The Indiana Pacers apparently are different, they say. So there you go, Double R. Congratulations to the Pacers. Moving on. I'm not even sure what the status is in the finals there, who's leading by how many games or whatever, but, well, good morning, Brother Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and praise God, God's children out there listening to us far and wide in the High Plains Desert of Ely, Nevada, all the way down to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas. Man, we're grateful to be on the air. I tell you what, it's been a tough night to be a minister, Brother Steve. I tell you, it's been on the phone a couple hours with someone. I mean, his family's really been through it. He's a good friend of mine. Names will stay out of it. He's lost his business as an owner-operator. but he's been able to recover. Found a low job, but he has 2 boys. One just battled cancer, and we almost lost him. We've been praying for him, and thank God he won that battle. But this is a tough one here. Like I said, no names or nothing like that. But he just had another son, 24 years old, got arrested. Got arrested for child pornography. And he's just beside himself. So, yeah. But we're praying for him. You know, God's children, I want to tell you something. You better watch what you share and what you send to people. Because his son, according to what he said, was arrested. I don't know nothing about anime, Steve. The cartoons I grew up watching were not anime. They were just Yogi Bear and Boo Boo, Tom and Jerry, and the Flintstones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know nothing about anime, but apparently an image his son shared was of an anime cartoon. The girl was in the bus. Well, they came and arrested him and said that was a 12-year-old girl that you shared. He's like, how? Huh? He's like, it's a cartoon. How can you even tell that this is even... Anyway, so the poor guy, the father just beside himself. So it's just one of them. It's not an easy night to be being a minister. Having to, minister to someone saying, Brother Rambler, what do I do? Is God just mad at me? It's just some days being God's messenger is tough. We're going to pray for him anyway. So you got to watch what you share and watch what you look at. We've often say, Brother Steve, that when it comes to addictions, we talk about internet pornography. And that's a very powerful addiction that a lot of men and women suffer with. You never know what may pop up on your cell phone. You got a lot of states now that have outlawed some of your major internet pornographers. So now you got these little rinky dinks that'll pop up and you don't know what they're putting out there. So God's been pulling at your heartstrings to get away and break the shackles of internet pornography. You need to start listening, and you need to do it before you could be the next one arrested and brought up on child pornography charges. Other than that, Steve, I know you're coming up on a break. We got better news than that.
Okay. Well, yeah, pause there. Hold the thought. And, yeah, we'll pick up with that coming up right after this. Rolling up on 29 past the hour. It's 844-3388. Friday morning, ready for the weekend? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The date chosen, July 15th, is a bit outside that time frame. Are you okay with having your preliminary hearing on the 15th of July?
The man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Colorado is facing over 100 counts, including attempted murder. Mohammed Sabri Salaman appeared in a Boulder courtroom today, accused of injuring 15 people and one dog by using a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails on a group calling for the release of Israeli hostages. He was charged with 118 counts, including attempted first-degree murder and first-degree assault. President Trump is putting a ban on travelers from a dozen countries, citing security risks.
Nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
The proclamation signed last night fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 countries, including Afghanistan, Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All righty, on a Friday. Well, let me get back to, Brother Rambler. Other news. Maybe some positive. Go ahead.
Which was never good anyway. Tuesday, we get a little sideways. Wednesday, we feel better just for spite. Yeah. God bless Lori Morgan's husband. I saw where she just lost him. Before we move on, I want to just pinpoint something back. We got a lot of people listening to us, and some of the people listening to us, some of you, you may think that God may be calling you to the ministry. You can't think. You've got to know. And what I just told you is some of the things you will have to handle while being a minister. You know, and I said I wasn't going to say that word no more, you know. But you have to know that God's called you to the ministry. Like Brother Darrell. That's always asking about Stryker. He's been in the ministry since, 1965 or 62 is what he said. So, he was called to it. You better make sure God's called you. You better make sure. And not mama, daddy, grandpa, grandma. You better make sure it's God that puts you behind God's sacred desk called the pulpit to tell someone about Christ and not you or no one else, because you will encounter stuff like this. And you need to be fully prepared with the Holy Spirit to be able to take on stuff like this. Now, moving on to better news, we got NHL hockey starting tomorrow night. Praise God. Game number 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals are the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. I still got Florida picked to win this because of the incredible lineup. Now, that game a couple of nights ago went into overtime, which the Edmonton Oilers did squeak it out. But like I said, it went into overtime, and it was a tough game. And, they made a big deal out of the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I saw where Patrick Mahomes and Caitlin Clark, and what a phenomenal basketball player she is. I mean, her and Angela Reese, just phenomenal. And I tell you, them two women right there are like Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa. They have drawn interest. And I got to throw Brittany Griner in there, too. They have drawn interest back to the WNBA, where there was none. So, good going, ladies, and y'all keep it up. And, of course, Monday is the NHL draft, I do believe. And I'm hoping, and my Red Wings are 13th to pick. So, I hope they get some good picks. Man, have you seen the Utah Mammoth uniform, Steve?
Have not.
You need to go and Google it or Safari it if you have an iPhone, and go look, or whatever it is, go look it up, because it is phenomenal. You would really like it. They got some nice looking uniform. They're the same color as, oddly enough, the Colorado Rockies. But they got some beautiful looking uniforms and a nice looking mascot with the Mammoth. And the owner of the team, which owns the Utah Jazz, he said the reason why they call it the Mammoth because they've had a lot of fossils in that area that are mammoth fossils. They said, well, it's only proper to name it the Mammoth. So other than that, Steve, I tell you what, looking forward to Sunday. I want you all to come and join us at Determined Ministries Church. Our doors are open for you. All you have to do is just come on with us live on Facebook. Go to Facebook, type in Determined Ministries Church, and we go live at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. The Lord has got a great message. You ever stop and thought, we're celebrating a certain month that's a bunch of alphabet people. You ever stop and, have someone say, well, I was born like this. I will agree with them. I say, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you. You were. You know why you were born? You were born into original sin. That's why you were born like this. Everybody, Steve, was born into original sin. But that's why Jesus told Nicodemus, and he told the entire world, in John chapter 3, verse 3, a man and a woman must be born again, and not of flesh, but of spirit. Think about that. And think about how God parted the Red Sea, and how the Lord Jesus Christ, being God in the flesh, walked on the water. God is still doing amazing things, Steve. Even through bad news, sad news, heartbreaking news, God is still in control, and he is still God, and he is on the move. And I would love for you to all come on and just join us this Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. I would like for you to also do me a huge favor. And also go to this nice-looking website that I truly love called overnightdriveradio.com. Look, we are in the middle of grilling season. It is hot. Everyone's going to be cursing the mosquitoes. And why, God, why you got it so hot out here? Well, guess what? Steve Summers is proud to let you know that he, on his website, overnightdriveradio.com, has a 30-ounce travel mug that's like an Ozark Trail or Yeti. That's the kind of mug it is. And it'll keep that beverage cold while you're out there. I hate mosquitoes. Oh, I hate them. And I hate the heat. It's so hot. This grill is so hot. Well, guess what? You get to cool off when you buy that 30-ounce travel mug. And if you done sweated through your T-shirt, you're like, I got to change shirts. It's so soaking wet with sweat. Well, guess what? You can buy you a T-shirt from overnightdriveradio.com. Steve, ain't that amazing? And support the show. And, oh, man, this hat's too hot. Well, you're wearing a winter tie. It's summertime, baby. You got to be wearing you a trucker's hat with that wire mesh in the back. Kind of keep that head cool. So you can get that from overnightdriveradio.com and many other things, including them 50-cent stickers. So I encourage you to go by there. And if you're funny about tithing, well, I don't want to tithe to a church, which I don't blame you. There's a lot of people that don't trust a church these days. But you want to, support the show. You like hearing Brother Rambler come on here and ramble off the gospel, and you want to be a supporter of the show, then by all means, go to overnightdriveradio.com, spend a little bit of cha-ching, and support the show by getting you some merch from the website. Other than that, God's children, I want everyone to have a good, safe, happy, productive weekend. Cut your grass, clean your pool, grill out, enjoy family, friends, lovers, acquaintances, and pray for your enemies. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Love is just more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and we love you, Uncle Fred. We're praying for you. Good night. God bless. We love you. Bye now.
All right. Yes, indeed. Enjoy your weekend. We'll chat at some point, maybe next week, right? The zebra is still alive. There were folks questioning it. This is out of Tennessee. I guess confirmation there was a sighting this past day in Rutherford County, Tennessee, of Ed, the missing zebra. Ed's become something of a celebrity, with people following the story all around the country. There had been no sightings of the zebra that escaped last Saturday. Had been no sightings over the last 4 days. Raising concerns that something bad might have happened to Ed. He is still active and roaming. Professional trackers, they say, are now in the specific area where he was just spotted on a trail camera, searching overnight into the morning, hoping to corral the zebra. Sure to be hungry, maybe thirsty, and they're hoping to bait him into an enclosure where he'll be captured. So everybody monitoring, right? I don't know, what's the natural diet of a zebra? I mean, they can forage in the wild. They're wild animals, aren't they? All right. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Another day passes by. Everybody doing well. Thanks for asking.
I enjoyed Brother Rambler, and I've popped into his show now and then. If you like good old gospel hymns, he'll sing you one.
Yep.
He still sings Amazing Grace and Power in the Blood. What a friend we have in Jesus. I went to a county fair down in Lynchville one time. They were talking about, Eagle was talking about the lady going 341 miles in a rocket ship. And they were racing ATVs at this county fair. I was sitting up in the stands and watched them about an hour and began to get woozy. And I couldn't figure out what was wrong. And they were running alcohol in those ATVs.
Mm-hmm.
And the fumes were coming up, and it was something else. Then I walking down the main area and saw a women's arm wrestling contest. And these women were from the University of Louisville and Western Kentucky University. And they were healthy-looking young women, but I thought, I've never seen this on TV anywhere. And it was amazing how strong they were and how much they enjoyed the arm wrestling contest. And then I saw a tent where they were trading pocket knives. And those Kentucky men know their pocket knives. If you ever get a chance, go to Lynchville. I don't remember what county it is, but it's Lynchville, Kentucky County Fair. You'll see things that you've never seen before at a county fair.
How about that?
Do you ever get to go to the state fair? Have you ever been to the state fair of Kentucky or Ohio or Indiana?
Daryl, it's been, I was a kid. Yeah, my grandpa and actually my great-grandpa was still alive, so I might have been 10 years old the last time I made it to the state fair.
Well, you'll see things there at the Ohio State Fair. They have a butter statue made out of pure butter. You'll never see that anywhere else. And I've always wanted to go to the Indiana State Fair. I thought that would be they'd have things there from Indiana that I've never seen. I'll let you go. Again, I enjoy Rambler and Eagle and all those that come in, and Plowboy. But the guy from Arkansas that runs the scrapyard, he really gets my attention. That man is one smart mechanic.
Well, great to hear from
See you down the road.
Daryl, thank you so much. Yeah, I haven't heard from Scrapyard in a night or two. Yeah, thinking back, Ohio State Fair as a kid, I think actually, it's almost a comical story. I remember a year, Grandpa, it was me and my uncle, Jeff. He gets us up early. Yeah, we pile in the car, and as a kid, I guess it might have been an hour and a half drive. I mean, it wasn't that far of a drive from Cincinnati to Columbus, we made that drive up to Columbus, and lo and behold, just a page right out of the Vacation movie. Yeah, the parking lot was empty. Where's everybody at? We were a weekend early. The fair didn't start till the following weekend. Talk about a disappointment. So, Grandpa was pretty PO'd, so he had to drive all the way back. And I don't think it was that year that we went back. It might have been the following year. But, me, Jeff, I think my mom was along at the time, great-grandfather, George. And I remember I loved those big ears of corn on the cob dipped in butter. Had my introduction to truck and tractor pulling then. First time I got to see that, the outdoor tractor pulls, which was so cool. And I do remember I got acquired a taste. They had the best maple sugar candy. I guess it was real maple, not that artificial stuff. Yeah, Grandpa bought me a little box of maple sugar candy to bring home. And some of those memories, about 50 years ago now. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Well, here it is, indeed a Friday. And some World War II veterans have landed in France to mark the 81st anniversary of D-Day. A group of about 24 veterans who served in Europe and the Pacific traveled back to the once bloody beaches of Normandy. Now, these veterans, who are mostly centenarians, representing the dwindling number of those who were on the front lines defending freedom, they tell us about 66,143 of the 16.4 million Americans who served in World War II were alive as of last year. According to the Department of Veterans Affairs, the veterans in Normandy reportedly treated like rock stars in the region, being handed notes and hearing many, many thank yous. 98-year-old Jack Stowe, who served in the Navy, told the Associated Press he still receives the sweetest letters from kids that he's met on previous trips. The French people here, they're so good to us. They want to talk to us. They want to sit down. They want their kids around us. Stowe said he actually lied about his age, claiming to be 15 years old in order to join the military following Pearl Harbor in 1941. People are not going to let it be forgotten. Omaha, these beaches. These stories will go on and on, he says. We have the responsibility to honor these guys. Jake Larson, who is now 102, survived machine gun fire while storming Omaha Beach on D-Day. We are the lucky ones. They had no family. We are their family. We have the responsibility to honor these guys. 101-year-old Wally King, who flew a P-47 Thunderbolt fighter, honored a pilot who flew the same plane alongside his granddaughter. This will probably be the last Normandy return. When you see the condition of some of these guys, I hope I'm wrong, King says, but the Best Defense Foundation began organizing these trips to Normandy like 21 years ago. Last year, the nonprofit brought 50 veterans. This year, it was 23 on the trip. With each passing day, there aren't many still with us to even go back and revisit. Hey, good morning, Jim.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I was just going to call in this morning and say thank you. I'm getting close to the end of the road and going to hang it up here in the next few months, and just wanted to thank you. I've enjoyed listening to you and your dad over the years and kept me entertained and informed as well, and just wanted to give a hearty thank you. And the input put in by these other drivers is always appreciated. And it really worries me out here seeing this different generation coming into the trucking industry and the lack of respect and professionalism. And, I don't know how we get it back to a better day.
Yeah.
But that's all I have to say about that. Just wanted to thank you. But I wanted you to talk about truck pulls. Have you ever been to Sublimity Harvest Festival?
I have not. I haven't even heard of it. Where's that at?
It's up in Sublimity. I don't remember if that's Washington or Oregon up there. It's like the granddaddy. It started 50 years ago with just some farmers getting together and having a little friendly competition. And I think a couple of years ago, they celebrated 50 years.
Wow.
And it happens every year around September. You might want to check it out.
That's pretty cool. Well, Jim, I thank you for taking the time to call us up. I mean, been out there listening all these years, but never called in. But I got I'm going to get you a first-time caller code, Jim. How's that sound?
I've called you before, and you hung up and said, I wonder if Jim is a Teamster. It's years ago.
Why did I say that? Was that Teamster talk that night?
I don't remember the exact issue, but I called in and give you a different viewpoint.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I appreciate you. Stay in there and keep doing what you do.
All righty. Thank you so much. That's funny. So that's obviously been back. Yeah, how many years ago? The time is flying, right? Speaking of which time, we've got a final hour ahead and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House Speaker says Elon Musk has ghosted him over President Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Mike Johnson told reporters he phoned Musk after the billionaire called the spending bill a disgusting abomination of spending, and Elon didn't answer.
I don't know what happened in 24 hours. Everybody can draw their own conclusions about that, okay?
Johnson added he spoke to President Trump, who told him he's not delighted that Elon did a 180 on the issue. Musk has since posted, "Bankrupting America is not okay, kill the bill." The Congressional Budget Office reports the legislation would add $2.4 trillion to the nation's deficit over the next decade. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Trump administration is rescinding a Biden-era policy requiring hospitals to provide emergency abortions.
The guidance was put in place by former President Joe Biden just weeks after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. At the time, the administration argued that federal law guaranteeing emergency care for all patients superseded state laws banning abortion. The guidance provided some cover for healthcare providers. The White House said the guidance does not reflect the policy of the Trump administration. Abortion rights groups accuse Trump of walking back on promises to not interfere with abortion policy. Tony Waterman, Washington.
One of former President Biden's press secretaries is parting ways with the Democratic Party in order to become an independent.
Hi, I'm Karine Jean-Pierre, and I am the author of a new book that's coming out this fall called Independent.
Karine Jean-Pierre's decision was confirmed in a press release for an upcoming book about her time working in the White House.
I think we need to stop thinking in boxes and think outside of our boxes and not be so partisan.
Independent, a look inside a broken White House outside the party lines, is set to be released this fall. Jean-Pierre will take readers through Biden's abandoning his bid for a second term and what she says was a betrayal by the Democratic Party that led to his decision. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
President Trump has signed a proclamation banning travel from 12 countries, citing security risks.
Multiple reports say the proclamation fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 countries. The list includes Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. People from 7 countries will have partial restrictions, including Cuba and Venezuela. Trump reportedly was back and forth on the decision, with the anti-Semitic attack in Boulder, Colorado, putting things into motion quicker. Mark Mayfield.
Some new figures are out regarding joblessness.
The number of Americans turning to the government for unemployment benefits is up. The Labor Department says it received 247,000 initial requests in the week ending May 31st. That's a jump of 8,000 from the week prior. It's also more than the 236,000 most analysts were expecting. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Economic uncertainty is taking a toll on retirement accounts.
According to Fidelity Investments, which is the largest provider of 401k plans in the U.S., average balances fell 3%, while the average individual retirement account account balance fell 4%. The findings come even as savings rates hit a record high in the quarter at a combined 14.3%. The analysis was reported on the heels of news that U.S. gross domestic product shrank 0.3% during the first quarter of this year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 108 points. The S&P 500 jumped by 31 points. The Nasdaq lost 162 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, as we get that final hour off and rolling. Ready for the weekend. Good to have you on board. Now, what do you see? It is Belmont weekend. And the showdown everybody was hoping for June 7th. The $2 million Belmont Stakes. Who we got? Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty, who skipped the Preakness, will again face the Derby runner-up Journalism, who was a dynamic winner of the Preakness. Now, these two rivals had a field of 8 with a wide divide of talent. Realistically, 5 of the starters could pull off a victory at Saratoga. The other 3 appear to be kind of overmatched. You got the number starting at Gate 1, Hill Road, debuted in the U.S. with a 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, 61-1 odds. Moved over to Chad Brown's barn and then finished 3rd in the Tampa Bay Derby before he staged a strong rally to win the Peter Pan Stakes. You should like the distance, but the potential for a slow pace may actually work against him. All right, Sovereignty, Gate 2, rallied from 16th, amazingly, to win the Kentucky Derby with a strong move and has yet to run a bad race since his debut. The distance shouldn't pose a problem, and he has had 5 weeks to prepare for the final leg here, the Triple Crown. Seems on edge a bit in his rematch with Journalism. Starting 3rd, Rodriguez, the Wood Memorial Stakes winner, one of 2 starters with early speed, was plagued by a foot injury that kept him out of the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, but that's healed now. according to the two-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert. If the pace is reasonable, they say he'll be hard to catch. Fourth, Uncaged, one of the big long shots for a good reason. In his only stakes appearance, he was week 6th in the Peter Pan. Hard to see him being competitive against the top 3-year-olds. Crudo, 15-1, another long shot facing a tall task here. He won easily in the Sir Barton Stakes at Pimlico, but after winning that race in a slow time, he'll make his Grade 1 debut. Speed could be problematic. Unlikely that he'll be a factor in the final furlong. Beza cannot be ignored. Was closing fastest of all, late in the Kentucky Derby when he wound up third, just a neck behind Journalism. Before that, he finished second to Journalism in the Santa Anita Derby. It could be closer to the pace Saturday. That may be the key to a great trip. There you've got Journalism. His win in the Preakness was nothing short of spectacular. He had to bull his way between rivals at the top of the stretch and miraculously made up 5 lengths on Gosker in that final furlong to win. This will be his 3rd race in 5 weeks, though, but the talent he put on display at Pimlico indicates he can be a special 3-year-old. Then, starting 8th, Heart of Honor made his U.S. debut in the Preakness and was a distant 5th. Hard to picture him moving forward enough to be a real threat. So, top pick, Journalism, the live long shot, Rodriguez. All right, who's your money on Belmont weekend? Morning to the blind man. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm hurting a little bit this morning on my right side, but I'm muddling through. I had my breakfast and listening to you and all the other truckers. I'm really wondering what's really going on between Musk and Trump. I know they're feuding, but is it a put-on for us to watch while they're doing something else behind the scenes? I love to be a fly on the wall,
right,
and know what's really going on. I know Musk is unhappy about what Trump is doing right now, but I really wonder if this is really a put-on, the feud, and that they're working behind the scenes,
right,
which we don't know about.
You're not the only one to be thinking that way. I through the morning, I've shared several. Lauren Fix, otherwise, the auto guru, she says, in her opinion, this is 100% theater. She kind of explained her rationale as to why. And there was another gentleman that said this is 4-dimensional chess. The Trump and Elon it's a big show. Everybody's distracted. And then when Elon dropped that whole Epstein accusation yesterday, all the media is now talking about, why haven't they released the Epstein files? And he suspects this is going to be a prime opportunity for Kash Patel to finally drop the Epstein files. I don't know.
All I know is I've heard stories over the years that Trump did go to this event and he didn't like what was going on and he left.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I've heard over the years. They're going to try and pin it on him, as usual. The left will.
Yeah.
But I really like to know what's going on between those two. I guess we'll eventually find out. And as my friend Nick says, they're doing one thing for us and something different that we don't know about yet.
Yes.
So, anyhow, that's all I really have to say today. I'm trying to get WCBM to play your show overnight, along with a friend of mine, Nick. We're working on that.
Well, I appreciate that. I hope you can be successful. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be extremely successful. And right now they're playing that other show where the two guys, I call them Dumb and Dumber, where they go back and forth and really talk about nothing. Your show, and I've told a lot of people, your show is far more entertaining. I really get a kick out of some of these truckers that call in with their nicknames. And this one woman that reads my mail to me actually went on your website and looked around. And she said, "Do you really know Brain Dead?" And I said, "Yeah, he's called me a few times."
Mm-hmm.
And she asked me how he got the name, and I told her. And she says, "Man, you really do know these truckers." I said, "I sure do." And I asked one or two of them who called me, "Please go on Sean Hannity's show and plug Steve Summers' Overnight Drive for the Night Owls."
There you go. All right.
Yeah. Hey, listen, you have a great weekend, and I'll yak at you next week.
All right, you do the same, blind man. Thank you. You trying to help support the show. That's sure. Yeah, the more the merrier, as they say. All right, 844-844-3388. Something else that's actually, I guess, keeping more of our money at home here in the United States. A lot of folks do not think about when these millions of illegals that come into the country, many of them will get a job under the table, legit, whatever the case might be. But much of that money they earn is sent back to their home countries. Actions taken to shut down illegal crossings, mass deportation operations, the unprecedented increase in ICE worksite enforcement operations, likely the cause of more than a $250 million drop in money sent back to Mexico in April. The amount sent by Mexican citizens to their home country is the most significant drop in 12 years, according to Banco de Mexico. The April report published by Banxico.org, which tracks and analyzes remittances, showing a big-time reduction in electronic wire transfers and money orders. When compared to previous months, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum addressed the drop during a press conference earlier this week, where she urged citizens to remain calm as officials analyze why the remittances to her country have dropped precipitously. Sheinbaum announced a delegation of officials that would travel to the U.S. To address a proposed 3.5% tax on remittances to Mexico that's in the big, beautiful bill budget, the reconciliation package. The tax contained within the legislation could result in revenue to the United States of more than $2 billion annually, based on more than $60 billion in remittances sent to Mexico. That's how much money was sent back to Mexico last year, $60 billion. The total remittances to Mexico, however, may continue to fall based on the increased immigration enforcement that's taking place nationwide. ICE is conducting worksite enforcement operations across the country in multiple industries. Suppose U.S. employers react to the new threat of the enhanced enforcement of federal immigration laws regarding employment of unauthorized workers by refusing to hire illegal aliens. In that case, remittances may also be reduced to other countries. Layoffs have begun at several prominent businesses because of changes in the employment of migrants whose parole has been revoked by the Trump administration in recent days. According to a New York Post report, Walmart began firing mostly Venezuelan workers who recently had their legal authorization to work revoked by the Department of Homeland Security. The action to remain in compliance with federal immigration labor laws is taking place at Disney as well. Dozens of workers were put on leave at Disney in response to the Supreme Court ruling in May that allowed the administration to revoke the temporary protected status of more than 350,000 Venezuelan nationals. Activist groups are organizing protests condemning the increase in arrests by ICE that were promised by the administration well before the election. In San Antonio, Texas, several immigrant rights groups and the Party for Socialism and Liberation banded together outside the federal immigration courthouse earlier this week to decry the increase in arrests and deportations of illegal aliens. About 19 past the hour. Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, look at there, brain dead. Brain says, I'm going to be a repeat offender. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Hey, Steve, thanks for taking me back. Thing that I want to know, did you get the FedEx airline pilot strike possibly coming up? Did you get that story?
Was that a couple days ago? Maybe she sent that my way. I think I did.
I don't know. I give up. But, no, I sent you something earlier, and Brother Rambler kind of refreshed my memory a little bit. They had a sting in West Memphis. They announced about 5 or 6 hours ago. I can't remember how long. They arrested 6 people and rescued 38 human trafficking victims in West Memphis. Now, before people jump all over the bandwagon and say these are illegals, no. They said 6 people. These could be Americans. These could be illegals. I don't care. The only thing I care about is they got 6 scumbags off the streets who were selling and trafficking minors. This is the thing. They need to put these people so far under the jail, they don't see the light of the day till the next century. This is gone. This is really great that they're cracking down on this, especially in my hometown of West Memphis, because with all the truckers, all of those truck drivers that come in and out and through, it's really great when you hear these stories but you know there's more people out there that are in this situation that are trying to get out of this situation. And this is the thing that irks the crap out of me. And we, as truck drivers, need to push our legislators in the state or even the federal to make these a very serious crime that can be punishable by death. Because the state of Tennessee is historically known for, if you're convicted of a murder, they release you with no bond. Just go and have a good life. Have a good one.
Mm-hmm.
What's to say they don't try to do this same crap with human trafficking victims? I know Truckers Against Trafficking has been around for many years, and they're trying to strengthen these daggum laws, and that's what we need to do. We need to be more aware of what's going on. We need to be more observant as to what's going on. The police officers can only do so much. Yes, crime is out of control, but we've got to be the eyes and ears at these truck stops. So if you see something, say something. It's one phone call. What could it hurt? But I will say this, though. I know Eskimo mamas out there probably listening. And a few people that I used to date, for you when I used to date back in the time, there's a bad stereotype of female truck drivers and being lot lizards. Not every female that walking in a truck stop is a lot lizard. I understand that a lot of people are very proactive, but you don't try to blow it out of proportion and stereotype people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we as the truck drivers are stereotyped as what? On dope, chasing women around, running people off the road. But it's sad how the 1% make the other 99%, like myself or, insert name, look bad. So if you see something, say something, Steve. With that, my friend, I'm pulling into the warehouse. I'm going home, dude. See you later.
All right, thanks for the update there. You'll see what more we can find. Yeah, with the human trafficking operation there out of Memphis. All right, interesting. Meanwhile, what do we have? A couple moments before we get the news break, bottom of the hour here. Let me jump over to the suspect last weekend, the Molotov cocktail attack on the Jewish protest march. Facing more than 100 criminal counts, the firebombs and sprayed burning gasoline at a group of people gathered there last Sunday. Prosecutors now say 15 people, 8 women, 7 men, were hurt in the attack, 3 of which are still hospitalized. The oldest person injured is 88 years old. He is now facing 28 attempted murder charges, as well as a bevy of other counts. Also charged with animal cruelty regarding the dog that was hurt in the incident, bringing the total to 118 criminal counts. Boulder County District Attorney told reporters he could face a centuries-long prison term if convicted. Attempted murder in the first degree as to 14 different victims. If the defendant is convicted and those sentences run consecutively, that would be 48 years in state prison for each of the 14 victims, which comes to 672 years. Solomon is expected to be charged with federal hate crime offenses as well. Of course, his immigration status has been at the center of President Trump's administration response to this attack. Of course, we knew his wife, 5 children, detained earlier this week by immigration agents as the White House took to social media to taunt them about impending deportation. But we know as of Wednesday, a federal judge, like everything else Trump does, a federal judge has put that on hold for the time.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The date chosen, July 15th, is a bit outside that time frame. Are you okay with having your preliminary hearing on the 15th of July?
The man accused of committing a fire attack against a pro-Israel protest in Colorado is facing over 100 counts, including attempted murder. Mohammed Sabri Salaman appeared in a Boulder courtroom today, accused of injuring 15 people and one dog by using a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails on a group calling for the release of Israeli hostages. He was charged with 118 counts, including attempted first-degree murder and first-degree assault. President Trump is putting a ban on travelers from a dozen countries, citing security risks.
Nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
The proclamation signed last night fully restricts and limits the entry of nationals from 12 countries, including Afghanistan, Iran, Haiti, Somalia, and Sudan. USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com. rainey's.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. Rolling through that final hour. Well, lo and behold, there's the Knuckle Buster.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Hold me over. I'm out getting fuel right now. It's too noisy out here. I can't barely hear.
He's fueling up. All right, back to Q. All right. So let's see what Vic has going on. Morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. I just did catch the end of the program there. You were talking about all the different things, the money that the illegals are sending. Well, I should say illegals. Some might be here legally, but anyway, it's putting a hurt on Mexico to the point that Mexico is going to have some sort of an official response. And it just kind of made me think about my old stomping grounds there that I had down there at Evansville, Indiana for a long time. And you had a new caller this week, Edward, and he was talking about it was in Nowheresville down there. Well, that wasn't always the case with Evansville. They had several different things there. And somehow, some way, I might be wrong on the amount, but I understand the mayor down there is actually paying people money to move to Evansville. And the reason that hit me was you were talking about all that, I guess, the immigrants, I'll just say immigrants. Mm-hmm. And whenever I was down there, they had a very vibrant economic development thing. And then somebody somewhere got real smart and thought that it was too strong of a union town. And that used to always be the moniker that they tried to pin on them, that it was a bad union town. And that was back in the day whenever I was involved with the Chamber of Commerce and the Propeller Club and Transportation and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I used to always tell them, they're not a bad union town. They're just a bunch of old Germans that do good work and intend to get paid for it. And if you cut down their pay, eventually it's going to get to you, and you're going to cut down that, and your pay is going to get cut down. Well, I lost that argument. Mm-hmm. And they exported the Whirlpool thing that makes the compressors and all that for your refrigerant. That got exported to China piece by piece, and they would bring them back to China with everything but the tubing, and then they'd put the tubing into the refrigeration mechanism, the compressor mechanism, and then they would assemble the Whirlpool appliances. Well, the Whirlpool plant shut down altogether. I think it's shut down altogether. And Whirlpool's they're kind of having a hard time. The milling company that I work for, we used to make a lot of white corn flour, because many of those people, they think yellow corn flour, that's just meant for or yellow corn meal. They think that's just meant for animals, yellow corn. And so we used to export a lot of white corn, and I should say export. We used to transship a lot of the white corn and everything. And we got started sending some up to the Spanish population or Mexican population up in Chicago. And one thing kind of led to another. The next thing we know, they're building a white corn mill down there, and they would only hire, I know the individual work for them, and they pretty much only hired Mexicans. That's just the beginning of the story. So little by little, I seen that town just virtually hollowed out by people chasing cheaper labor. And whenever I was there and driving out of that terminal, our terminal sat right across from a little bar, and the Mexicans come in there and bought that. And I hated to get in there because the gate going into our yard was right across from it, essentially. And it got so bad that the excise officer, and his name really was Ronald McDonald, he wound up getting beat up one night, and they stole his gun and his badge. Now, whether they shut the bar down after that, I don't know. But that's just one example when you're talking about all the people that's in here. If you've never seen a town literally destroyed by people coming in, you know, that shouldn't be here, people coming in here, totally different, I guess you'd say, practices and customs and everything. If you wanted to look at Evansville, Indiana, and trace the amount of economic activity it had back whenever I was there and the amount that it has now, that would be a classic example of it. And your other new caller that you had was Brent there. I think it was Brent or Brett from Denver.
Mm-hmm.
I had some family move out there to Boulder, Colorado. Well, it's kind of north of Denver. But they thought they were going to go for a better life or something. I don't know. But it hasn't worked out quite the way they wanted to. And this has nothing to do with the people coming into it. But I didn't know if Brett there, it's Brett or Brent, I really forget what it was. But do you remember when the Denver airport was going to be run all automatically, and it was crushing luggage, and it was
right?
They had a mess out there.
Yep, they did.
So I don't know if he was there at that time or not. But the point that I wanted to make is there are so many costs that this country has had to suffer because of some people chasing cheaper labor, or I don't know exactly. The old excuse was, well, the Americans won't do the job. Well, a lot of those jobs that we talked about before, you know, they were in plumbing and electrical stuff, and it was I couldn't believe that they couldn't find an American to do that. But I do know that the drill that they used, that a lot of the employers would do, they had to advertise for that job, and they would advertise in a way, maybe as a cheap wage or whatever, that they couldn't get Americans to take it. And then once they did that, they could get government money to bring people in from other countries, and it might have worked out for them, but as a whole, it didn't work out very good for the United States. And so when they're sending money home, that means that there's one American that doesn't have a job. And that also means that there is capital, and a capital outflow or a deficit, that's the economic part of it. And those two things make up economy. One is labor and the other is capital. And with the migrant program that we've had, it's shorted us on both ends. And many of those people that are here aren't even paying income taxes.
Right.
The only thing they can get is property taxes. So, you know, without going too far into the weeds, but I'm surprised that it took that long. And Brain Dead was talking about all this different stuff. There are so many organizations that have been fighting that human trafficking forever. And I'm sorry to say it'll probably upset a lot of people, but every time they do a sting, they come up with judges, first responders, and everything else. And probably the worst incident that ever happened was years ago, was when they shut down or tried to shut down something called the Orchid Club out of San Diego. And there were a lot of high-powered people involved in that. So how far it went or anything else. And I've known a few people that worked at the police officers that were given that assignment to work, you know, with the especially child trafficking. And most of them, they couldn't take it after about a year or two. They'd ask for a reassignment. So with that, I'll let you go.
There you go. Thank you much, Vic. All right, there's a whole supply and demand thing that revolves around that. Yeah, I'll jump to Philip here. I'll make sure Knucklebuster has time to get things filled up. Morning, Philip. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine, bud. Sorry to bother you. I usually don't call in on Fridays. I'm driving to the store, but I heard a story yesterday, and something came out that I thought I'd talk to you about. Did you see my post on Facebook earlier about sheriff in Osceola County?
I did indeed, yes.
Okay, so yesterday I came home from work, and my wife said, hey, you got to watch the news. They've arrested Sheriff Lopez. With Sheriff Lopez, he's over Osceola County, which is the area that encompasses basically Kissimmee, south end of Disney. There are a bunch of places in the attractions area that this county is incorporated with. But anyway, and I said, well, does it due to the Soto case? Because I think it's been almost a year now. It might have been over a year. There was a little girl that was went missing, and they found her deceased. And come to find out, her father killed her, and it was a bad mess. But anyway, he took some pictures of that little girl. Some pictures of her evidence got out by mistake, supposedly, by the sheriff, and that's what kind of started the ball rolling on things. But they actually arrested him yesterday for racketeering, Steve. That's something we haven't heard in a long time. We haven't heard that word in a long time, have we, Steve?
So what, did he have like an illegal casino operation going or something? Gambling?
From what I understand, he has a gambling operation going, and slot machines and some other stuff.
Yeah.
And the FDLE is investigating it. FDLD down here, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, they are the people that basically handle all the investigations for all the law enforcement offices in the state of Florida. That means sheriff, local, even FHP, all that. They're the folks that do the inquiries and investigate all that. So he was arrested and taken over to Lake County. And I never knew this, that when like a big official like this gets arrested, they take them to another county, to another jail. They don't put them in their jail in their county. To make everything so it gets cleaned right. So, but I just wanted to mention it to you. I'm still checking it out. I need to find out more about it. I mean, it's a big developing store down here. It actually broke in on the news and had special reports about it, from what my wife told me when it came down. I didn't know if you had heard about it or not.
No, prior to your email, I had not. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and what's shocking about this, and it's shocking down here, is because this is a good guy. He's always had the persona as being a good guy. I mean, our sheriffs down here, they're pretty high. They have pretty high standards, and you never know. I mean, it's kind of like what Vic was just talking about. You never know what's going on around you. I mean, it's one of those things. And like I said, when I get more, I'll let y'all know. But it's kind of the way the world goes, man. You never know. I mean, the governor actually put in the arrest warrant for him, and from what I gather, and that's pretty bad when the governor's arresting you. I mean, that's pretty high stuff there. So
yes, it is.
But like I said, I'm going to get more information on it, and when I do, I'll let y'all know. And I mean, it's been crazy with him in the last year, especially after that Soto case, and they don't know if that Soto case, with his involvement as far as the evidence goes, they don't know about if there's any corruption or not. They're talking almost every case that he's involved with, they might be looking at. So, I mean, that's a big deal, law enforcement, and I know law enforcement, there are bad guys in it as well as good guys, but I know a lot of the good guys get overshadowed by this stuff, and it really, I know there's a lot of good folks down there in Osceola County, and it just amazes me when something like this happens. I just thought I'd call in about it. That's all I pretty much got for today. I know you got more coming. And Knucklebuster, I hope you and Tennessee get through what she's going through, and we'll be praying for y'all. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Thank you so much for the update there. All right, so yeah, interesting story out of the Sunshine State.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All righty, back at it here. Every once in a while, you got to stop and get some Go Juice. Welcome back, Knucklebuster. Maybe he's still filling up. Well, let me see what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus. What do you say?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back here quick, Your Honor. So you were talking about that ship they had to abandon up there outside Adak, Alaska, with the electric cars burning up on it, and talking about a few others. If you remember, they had one there in New Jersey that had a fire on it, and they actually had firefighters actually go into that ship, and I think a couple of them lost their lives on that ship.
They sure did. Yep.
So anyways, but I had one comment because I kind of posted it up there, and one comment was, why is it up in Alaska if it's going to Mexico? And, of course, everything deals with shipping lanes and winds and everything for the big ships because, I mean, you can actually make better time, going with the water and with the wind than you can against the water and against the wind. So I would imagine the shipping lanes to get from China, from Asia over to the North America, it's better to go north than it is to go south. But my question is, who in Mexico is buying electric cars?
Right.
I mean, who's buying these Chinese electric cars in Mexico? And how's the power grid in Mexico doing to hold up to all these charging stations that they're going to need electric cars?
Right.
That's my question. Anyways, let's see where we can go with that. Maybe somebody has the answer to that. And is Eagle got his trip all planned out? Has he got loads scheduled down there to Mexico City? Because I know he goes to almost every race, so was he going down there?
He ain't going to be at no Mexico City race, I guarantee you that.
Tell him when he's down there in Mexico City not to be doing any cabotage down there in Mexico.
Right.
They might lock him up for that down there doing cabotage. Anyways. All right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that. See if Knucklebuster called you back yet.
All right, see if he's, because, kind of winding things down here. Let me see. Are you with me, Knucklebuster? Yeah, your phone's kind of breaking up. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that ain't going to work, is it? Well, yeah, we got a connection issue there, Knuckle Duster. All right, let me just kind of wind things down. I don't know if this was considered maybe like more of a hit piece on the Trump administration to make them look bad. Overall, it kind of sounds like it is, but supposedly some Social Security workers, people that work for SS, are warning that huge delays at the Social Security Administration could soon be impacting Americans, potentially impacting millions of payments. Turmoil is taking root at the federal agency as 4 big changes roll out, including one particularly disruptive switch-up, they're saying. Workers at processing centers typically prioritize new claims and appeals on a daily basis. But those routine tasks are now being put on the back burner. Staff at a handful of the 8 processing centers were instructed late last month to prioritize Social Security Fairness Act payments over other daily tasks. Before leaving office, former President Biden signed the Social Security Fairness Act into law, January 5, eliminating the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. Those 2 provisions reduced Social Security benefits for Americans who already received pensions from public employment not covered by SS. Thanks to the Social Security Fairness Act, millions of public sector workers will now receive larger Social Security checks, and some may qualify for benefits for the first time. But the law also entails a greater workload for staff. While the administration originally set out to process over 3.2 million Fairness Act claims by November, the new Social Security Commissioner is trying to speed up that timeline. He's instructed Social Security staff to focus on processing those payments, aiming to get the work done while the weather's warm. Using automation, SSA has already expedited over $15.1 billion in long-delayed retroactive payments to more than 2.3 million individuals affected, according to a White House spokesperson. The complexity of the remaining roughly 900,000 cases requires that they be manually updated. Now, so they're now prioritizing these cases, and they're targeting a July 1 completion date, according to several Social Security employees. Employees have even been offered weekend overtime to complete the remaining Fairness Act claims on time. They kind of break it all down, but making certain changes, address or bank account changes, may now take longer than usual because these things are going to be kind of put on the back burner. Many beneficiaries could experience delays or even stopped benefits. According to some of these employees, several of the typical tasks that may be cast aside, such as switching direct deposit details or fixing issues with Medicaid billing, could be the difference between receiving a check or not. Because of over 71 million Americans on Medicaid, any widespread disruptions to these processes could affect a significant portion of beneficiaries. All right, with that, we got to wrap up a Friday. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour, Sunday night into a Monday to kick off the greatest day of the week.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I